Meeting of the Wyoming Department to order. Welcome to Cody, Wyoming, everybody. I have some new running orders up here, so I might stumble through them. I'm gonna have to read them a lot. We would ask you that you silence your cell phones for our meetings. Commissioners, I have been asked to remind you to turn on your microphones, be bold and speak up. There's a audio little problem in this room getting it to the video. Whoa, see? Now it's loud. Okay, so we'll do a roll call vote of the Commissioner Jolovich.
Here.
Commissioner Masterson.
Here.
Commissioner Ladwig.
Here.
Commissioner Roberts.
Here. Commissioner
Bell.
Here.
Welcome, everyone. I would like the record to show that Commissioner Brokaw was in his chair before Commissioner Robertson. For members of the public who want to address the commission, please fill out a comment form at the back table. We enjoy and I encourage you to do public comments at my meetings. If you're participating via Zoom, you should have submitted an advanced comment sheet prior to the start of this meeting. Contact the host of the meeting and they'll get that agenda item up to me. To ensure everybody has an opportunity to speak, we ask that you be courteous of others. Keep your comments short, brief, and specific, or I will limit your time. Would you now please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Having an agenda before you, are there any additions or corrections to that agenda as the commission sees fit? All right, if not, we'll jump right into item number 1, approval of the commission meeting minutes from our September 12th meeting. Those are before you. What's the pleasure of the commission?
Mr. President, I move to approve the minutes.
It's been moved. Is there a second?
Second.
Clarification, Commissioner Bell, is that motion for the open session and executive session minutes?
That is correct.
Thank you. Any discussion on those minutes as presented? Hearing none, all those in favor of the minutes as presented, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Those minutes carry. Good morning, Director Nesvik.
Good morning, Mr. President, members of the commission. I have, it looks like 6 or 7 items here on my director's report today. I'm going to start off with an update on our project at Spees with the warm cool water hatchery project that you all approved and directed us to move forward with at the September meeting. Lauren Wood and Guy Campbell, Travis Trimble, Lars Alsager, and Dirk Miller have all been meeting on a weekly basis to keep the project moving and to start working on the RFP that's going to be necessary to go out and find somebody to take this on for us. So they're finalizing that document now. We expect it to be released November 13th. So what is today? That was yesterday. So was that released? Okay. Anyway, most likely it was released yesterday, that the document. So these documents that are needed for the RFP are useful for whoever's going to design this. That's obviously got to be the first step, is to look at design. We expect that to be about a 10-month process. They look at historic construction documents, the layout of the facility. There have been photos that we put together and organized. There's a GIS layer for the facility and all of the plumbing. So after kind of what the timeline looks like going forward is that once this RFP is released, there will be a short list of qualified candidates that'll be invited to interview with our department folks in January. And it'll be followed by a selection, like I said, about 10 months for the design. The contractor will help with going out and finding a construction contractor and working through that bid process. We expect that will happen in April of 2025, probably about a 12-month construction window, give or take, and then project completion expected in 2026. So I think what we committed to you is that this is a pretty large scale project, kind of like this office when we built it and the Jackson housing work that's going on, we'll be providing you an update pretty much on a by meeting basis on where we're at with the project. Questions on that?
Don't see any.
Okay, just a couple of updates on, I've talked with the commission before about our work currently with the other states and with the Western Governors Association, with Bob Budd with WWNRT, and with both the headquarters of the BLM and the state office of the BLM to do revisions to the sage grouse plan. And this has been quite a process. It's been, we've been working on this. Angie has really been the point of the spear for the state of Wyoming on working through this process to try to find some solutions or some changes that everybody can agree upon. It's been very challenging. There's been several parts to this that have required some finesse by Angie to work through with, especially with the folks from the DC office of BLM. Essentially, we started this with providing all of the science. The department provided the science that informed new maps, and basically it looks at the current areas where we have core and it says, okay, based on new information since the last time we looked at this, have things on the ground changed? Are there new places where that should be in the core area? Are there places that should be removed? That all happened last spring in very short order. Our department really had to crank that work out in record time, but they did. We were trying to meet timelines that were being directed by the BLM. That information went out to the public. We received lots of feedback and then started working on the policy end of things to figure out exactly how and if those new areas would be incorporated into core and which areas would be recommended to be taken out. We're now at a point where the BLM will be releasing what they call an administrative draft in probably the late November timeframe. I don't know if they're still on track or not. Early December now, which will begin a 1-year process to finalize whatever the BLM is going to do. We will not be updating our state executive order, governor's executive order on sage grouse until we see that final product and which way they decide to go. We have influence over, we can provide recommendations. We're a cooperator during this process, but we don't get a final cut on or a final approval authority on what the BLM decides to do. So that has us, we're going to be something we definitely need to keep our eye on and see where they land. Heard lots about the Rock Springs RMP in the media, and I'm sure some of you from some of your constituents. Right now, the BLM did agree with the request that the governor made that they extend the comment period into January. This is giving the governor some time to put together a group that is going to look at what was in the previous alternatives, what came out in the draft from the BLM here recently, kind of surprisingly, and come up with some recommendations for public comment that will go to the BLM for them to consider before they deliver a final decision on the Rock Springs RMP. Those meetings have kicked off. I think there's also a commitment to have some direct engagement at the end of the process between that group and senior officials of the BLM from the headquarters office. This is certainly, as you've seen, been controversial. A lot of folks are very concerned with what's in it. I've told you before, I'm concerned about not deferring the work on specifically migration corridors, deferring that work to the state. Our state has taken a leadership role. We have an executive order in place that does an extremely good job of dealing with migration corridors in that Rock Springs RMP project area. And this RMP essentially comes in over the top of that and I think creates some disincentives to state-led conservation in the area. So we, like I said, we'll continue to make sure our voice is heard and to look out for the best things we can do for wildlife, and we'll see where it lands.
Mr. Rogers.
Director, I had a real quick question. Sorry about that. One of the main things I've seen on this RMP from the Rock Springs thing is so much misinformation. And are we doing anything to try to combat it, or is there nothing? I know that the meetings and the nonprofits are trying to do stuff, but I see from attending all the meetings and everything, and from what the public's getting, is two separate things. The public hasn't quite figured it out yet. So it's troublesome to see that because I don't think the public understands at this point. They're going off and instead of making these comments that need to be pretty well in line as far as poignant. I see this, the public keeps saying, this is terrible. I hate you guys.
Mm-hmm.
and that does us no good.
Mm-hmm.
I think it just remind the public to make your comment, make it so this directly affects me and why it directly affects me. And this is what I see, instead of, I hate you guys for life. And I don't want anything to do. So,
Mm-hmm.
and that was just kind of a point that I had. And also that thank you for going out with the Antelope Corridor and the sublet.
Mm-hmm.
Appreciate that. That's been very helpful so far. So thank you.
You bet. So, continuing on, speaking of parcel or the Antelope migration corridor and sublet, you likely will see that. We will have recommendations for you, and you will see that at the March meeting in Pinedale. And we will walk you through what the executive order provides the commission as far as direction and authority in what you do with the information that the department brings you. You'll have to make a decision at that point as to whether you want to recommend to the governor that it gets designated or not. But again, we will provide you information along the way to make sure that you're ready to make that decision. Kind of along with that, and sometimes it's gotten a little mixed up. There was discussion about a state land parcel number 194 that's over in that migration corridor, and the fact that it went out and it was sold. It's a process that we don't oversee that. Obviously, that's overseen by the state land board. But that parcel was sold. There was some controversy over stipulations that should be put on it. Bottom line at the end of the day is there was discussion amongst the board about putting a stipulation on it. It was not at the end of the day voted in. And so that parcel was sold without one, but we have both Angie and I and the director of state lands have met with the owner, the purchaser of that lease, and have talked through, what are the potentials here for any kind of a surface disturbance. We feel comfortable that, number one, we could work with the producer if it was developed. There's no certainty on that at all. And number two, that there's a high likelihood that if it was developed, it would not be, the surface disturbance wouldn't be on that particular parcel. It would be done laterally from an existing well somewhere else. So it's a 5-year lease. And so we'll have another crack at that if it doesn't get developed when it gets resold or released here in 5 years. Speaking of migration, there's been a lot of interest, a lot of resources that have come to bear around this whole topic. We had a great opportunity in Jackson last week. We conducted with all of the executives of the Greater Yellowstone Coordinating Committee. We had an opportunity to do a workshop with all of the NGOs that have been putting this work on the ground, conserving migration corridors, conserving actually projects right here around Cody that aren't necessarily in corridors, but that are important to be either enhanced for wildlife or protected from development. That workshop was extremely well attended. We did have the Wildlife Fund there. They've had a very prominent role in helping put those projects and that money on the ground. We had senior officials from Department of Interior and Department of Ag there to provide some emphasis on how important they feel this work is, and to talk about additional resources that are going to come. I mean, I don't think, everybody's interested in this work with Department of Agriculture being durable and lasting, irregardless of presidential administrations. That was really good. We're putting some things in place there to make sure that happens. In addition to that, the following day, I had the opportunity to be on a panel at the Western Governors Association to talk about Wyoming's work on migration corridors and our leadership role, and how we've really taken the values of our people and the values of our wildlife and the values of our open space, and have put real action on the ground, put in place an executive order, and are making things work the Wyoming way. And so that was a really good opportunity, a good panel. We also had on there Dr. Arthur Middleton. Some of you have had some interactions with him. He's done work right here in Cody and other parts of the West. And Jeff McCreary from Ducks Unlimited, who talked about migratory waterfowl on this panel. So along those lines, Chief King is not here today because he is testifying before the Senate Environmental Public Works Committee Subcommittee on Fisheries and Wildlife. And he's testifying specifically on migration corridors. It's a bipartisan hearing that's aimed at talking about the importance of migration corridors and what different states are doing in order to do just exactly what we've been doing, conserve these corridors. So Chief King's on a panel. There's 3 people on it, and he will be testifying, I think, about 12:30 our time today. And so we won't see him today or tomorrow. He'll be flying back tomorrow, but I'm sure he'll represent us well and do great work out there. He came at the invitation of Senator Lummis. So I've notified all of you. We've talked about it across the department. Probably we haven't done a public news release yet, but Services Division Chief Eric Wiltanger will become the new Deputy Director upon John Kennedy's retirement in February. His appointment will be effective on February 1. And when that time gets closer, we'll do some public messaging to let folks know about Eric and about his new role and about his past experience. Congratulations to him. So I've been hearing, I know that some of you have been hearing calls from the public to, what's Game and Fish going to do about feeding deer in the wake of this really horrific winter that we had, and where we had such high mortality. What we've continued to do, in our commission approved mule deer initiative, there is a chapter or an appendix in there regarding wildlife feeding. What we've committed to do is to look at any new information and to evaluate it and to look at ways to mitigate those things that are, in our view, barriers to conducting feeding of deer. I can tell you that a lot of the same concerns exist. Some of the happenings, I think, that have influenced people to bring this up again and to ask us about where we're at is they did feed deer in Utah this last winter. And there are some results that have come from that. They did reduce adult mortality 20-30%. They did this only in areas where there was not where there were no positive CWD deer. But the scale was it was so low that it's really hard to make any kind of a jump to a population level impact. When you compare the number of deer that were fed and that did not succumb to the winter compared to the overall population. So again, our concerns are directly related to disease transmission, congregating deer in the winter. Those diseases are looking for a reason to exacerbate and to become worse. And certainly we saw that, when we had the pneumonia outbreak in pronghorn over in Pinedale, that was certainly exacerbated because antelope congregated because the winter ranges were full of snow. Continue to be really concerned about scale and how do you feed tens of thousands of deer on hundreds of thousands of acres and do it at a level that you can be effective and it can be a wise use of sportsman dollars. That's a concern. And then, the triggers and starting it, if you don't start it early enough, you're too late. If you start January, February, it's too late. A lot of times you don't know that it's going to be a bad winter when it's time to start feeding if you're going to have any kind of an effect. So those are really all of the challenges. They've been there before. We've made decisions not to feed in the past because a lot of those same decisions, but our commitment has been that we will continue to consider new information as it becomes available. And we'll make decisions accordingly. We will definitely keep you up to speed on anything that any kind of a change, if there was one in our approach. I don't anticipate that, But if there was, we would definitely be engaged with you because it would be a significant shift in Wyoming's policy. And with that, I would stand for any questions.
Thank you, Director. Does the commission have any questions for Brian at this time? I don't see any. Thank you. Entering the room now. Agenda item number 3, Deputy Director Kennedy.
No.
You'll need a, there your red light's on.
All right. Okay, good morning. So, Mr. President, members of the commission and Director Nesbitt, we need to have you look at and approve the commission meeting dates and locations for 2024. So you've taken a look at those already. You may have some issues we need to discuss, but here they are proposed by our leadership team. We already set January for 16, 17 in Cheyenne. March, we're proposing March 12 and 13 in Pinedale. That's a Tuesday, Wednesday. And I'll just pause at the end of these, make sure everybody's good. We're proposing April 16, 17 in Riverton. That's also a Tuesday and Wednesday. Our retreat at the conservation camp, we're proposing for May 21, 23, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. July commission meeting 16, 17 in Buffalo, and that will involve a tour, and that's a Tuesday and Wednesday as well. September commission meeting 10th and 11th in Douglas, and that'll include the landowner of the year. 10 and 11 is a Tuesday, Wednesday as well. And last, the November meeting, November 12, 13. As you saw earlier, when we sent this to you, we had 2 locations identified. Our preference is Saratoga, but we're trying to work out some details on a meeting location, which is actually looking pretty good right now. So we're going to be shooting for Saratoga. If we can't make that work, we'll do Rollins. And again, that's November 12, 13. That's also a Tuesday, Wednesday.
Mr. President,
Commissioner Bell.
I was curious, November 12th and 13th, this, and same with this meeting, it directly conflicts with the governor's business forum, which is happening today and tomorrow. Just wondering if there's a way we could move that to 14th and 15th, Thursday, Friday. Does that conflict with a potential place to meet? That I understand. I was just
No, we can
curious.
make that work. We can make a change in dates work if that's the preference of the commission, as far as meeting locations and stuff like that.
It would certainly,
Is that,
it would something I'd be interested in doing. Obviously, I'm one of 7, so I'll, at the pleasure of the board.
Sure. How's everyone else feel? Commissioner Roberts, you've got a potential?
That conflicts me, but I think it's something that I could probably unconflict.
Commissioner Bell, what were those dates?
So the 14th and 15th would be a Thursday, Friday, November.
Mr. President,
Yes, there you are. Go ahead, sir.
I really admire people who set schedules that far out. And so Commissioner Roberts, my respect for you only increases. I think that's a wise choice to move it. I still have a preference for Saratoga, but certainly nothing against our friends in Rollins.
We'll shoot for Saratoga. Director, that's a good day? Okay. Everyone's good with that? Okay, you want me to run through these or are we good?
I think we're good.
Okay.
And in our motion, we're gonna move the November from 12-13 to 14-15. I support that, Commissioner Bell. I had an invite to the forum today as well, and so. You guys have had some discussions, so if you're ready to move it, we need to vote and approve.
Mr. President, I would move the 2024 commission schedule to be, I guess, as presented, with exception of November meeting change to November 14th and 15th in Saratoga, correct?
Correct,
So,
Commissioner Bell. So
okay.
Commissioner Bell has the motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Ladwick. Any further discussion on that motion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. We have a 2024 schedule. I think we move to number 4. I think this is Eric's.
Alan's.
We got
Alan first?
Alan, then Aaron.
Well, I'm sorry. Chief Osterlin? You come on up.
President Brokaw, Commissioners, Director Nesvik, it's my distinct pleasure this morning to provide a service award to Paul Day for 30 years of service. Paul, if you want to come on up and join me. Paul is, he started his career in '93 with the statewide in-stream flow crew, and you're going to hear a presentation tomorrow about in-stream flow. Do a lot of important work. After 14 years of wading in the creeks, he promoted to assistant habitat section supervisor, and then in 2009 he promoted again to the aquatic habitat section manager. I can't say enough about our aquatic habitat crew. You know, we're fortunate that we have now 12 people in that section, 13 now, which is, you know, unheard of with a lot of Western states. They might have 1 or 2 biologists that work on it, but we've got a section that's devoted to aquatic habitat, in-stream flow, fish passage, and they do a lot of tremendous work. One thing that really impressed me when I took this job was looking over some of these projects. They take years sometimes come to fruition, and they're very complex, and there's a lot of science that's involved in it. These guys, and it costs a lot of money too. They do a lot of tremendous work, and Paul is highly respected in his field. Whether if you're talking about project management, very detail oriented, climate concerns. He serves on many different committees, and that's kind of the problem when you're good at what you do. You get put on committees. And on top of all that, he's a master brewer, beer brewer. So anyway, congratulations, 30 years service, and really appreciate everything you do.
Thank you.
I could just make one comment. My comment is the same comment I made at 25 years, which is as I reflect on this career, I find that it's much like a roll of toilet paper. The further you get into it, the faster it goes, right? Well, thank you.
Thanks, Paul.
Good morning, Mr. President, Director Nesvik, members of the commission, Eric Woltinger, Chief of Services. Today, it is my honor and distinct pleasure to recognize a former commissioner, but also a steward of the land, Commissioner David Rayl. He'd come up. Commissioner Rayl and I have a brief, I guess, history of 3 years in my time here at Game and Fish. And one thing that I learned quickly about Mr. Rayl is he is a go-getter, and he likes to shake and move, and he gets stuff done. I'm going to read a brief little write-up here about what his contribution was at the Yellowtail WHMA. So for those of you that don't know, the Yellowtail Wildlife Management Area is 6 miles east of Lovell and comprises of 19,214 acres managed through a cooperative agreement between the Wyoming Game and Fish Commission, National Park Service, U.S. Bureau of Reclamation, and U.S. Bureau of Land Management. Yellowtail is probably most recognized for pheasant hunting, but the area also has good numbers of white-tailed deer, mule deer, ducks, geese, cottontail rabbits, wild turkeys, mourning doves that provide additional hunting opportunities. One of the critical components to the habitat at Yellowtail are the wetlands ponds near the south end of the unit, called the cane ponds. These ponds are fed by backwater ditch and have experienced issues with siltation over the years and have degraded the water quality and our ability to control the water levels. So I'll pause here because in February of 21, Mr. Rail contacted me and said, "Hey, Eric, I want to do some work out there." And I was new to the department, so I was a little bit taken back with, "We're just going to do some work out there." And I started to explain. He was like, no, we're going to do some work out there. So we cut to the chase. We went out there in February in a brisk, cool morning, walked around all these ponds that I had never been to before. But he had a plan in place in his mind that absolutely got executed. And it was a big plan and a lot of work. But former Commissioner David Rowell, a resident of Cali, Wyoming, not far from Yellowtail, finished his term on the Game and Fish Commission. He initiated a meeting with the department personnel in February 21 to discuss how to rehabilitate the cane ponds for benefit of waterfowl and sportsmen. Working cooperatively with the department personnel, generously donating his company's time, labor, and concrete, David initiated a plan to evacuate over 6,000 cubic yards of sediment, over 25 linear feet of ditch. This also included the installation of a new diversion structure on the Blackwater ditch and 4 water control structures and associated pipe to help control the water levels in the ponds. In addition, they installed 2 culverts, an emergency overflow area, repaired 2 breaches in the dikes at Pond 7, and patched a large hole in the dike at Pond 6.5. As you can imagine, this work is time-consuming and very costly. And I think you guys are all aware of what it costs to do this type of work. It's millions. And Mr. Rael followed through, committed his workforce that he has access to, and they really did a great job out there. We want to thank Mr. Rael for everything he has done at Yellowtail WHMA, the commission, and the sports people of Wyoming. And I'll say to the current commission, the bar has been set by Mr. Rael. So we really appreciate it. And Director Nesbitt, if you have any comments.
Well, nobody's surprised here about David Rael and his generosity. That was, what that's the model that he showcased for everybody while he was on the commission and long before he was on the commission. Him and his wife Jenny are just extremely gracious people who want to give back. They've been blessed with living in a great state and having a really awesome business. And this was something David was he talked to me personally about how passionate he was about doing this project and giving back to the resource. And can't say enough about what an honor it was to have you on the commission, but then to be able to work with you after you left the commission. So thank you very much to you and Jenny both.
So we'll give you a chance to speak also, but I just wanted to say, we'll give Mr. Rael a chance to speak here, but there's some pictures up on the TVs that are floating around. And this is just some of the work. It's just a small slice of some of the work that was completed out there.
Thank you, guys. Thank you very, very much. Your leadership, second to none. Appreciate everything John has done, everybody around, and thank you for the opportunity to share time with you guys. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Rael. It's an honor to have worked with you, served with you, and you're just a good guy. I'm glad. Thank you. Any other presentations?
Website.
Okay, so moving on, I don't see Chief Quicklia here, so I'm guessing what's your plan, Eric?
The plan is I am not Nish.
You are not Nish.
I probably will not bring the energy or the semantics to it, but I'm going to try to do a website update.
Fantastic.
So if the commission's ready, Director Nesbitt, we'll give you a quick update. The website progress is going well. As you know and are aware, it has been lengthy. It's taken us a while to get all the details worked out. We don't want to promise when rollout will be, but we do have a tentative date of February. We've avoided January. Right now, it's close. What's taken a lot of time is, as you can imagine, all the information that we have to transfer from our old site to our new site, working with each division, trying to make sure that information is not only accurate, but we've got a lot of outdated information that we've gone through. So we're working with all the divisions. Most of that work has been complete. IT has been testing the website with the vendor, and the communications branch has done just a great job of trying to get that thing up to speed. So things are looking good. We're progressing. Hopefully we get it turned over to us sometime in December for us to take December and January to really make sure it's right. And then right now, a tentative rollout is February. So that's our plan. I stand for any questions.
And then based on the amount of time that it takes to do one of these, we'll start the process just to get the new website after that, the next new website after that.
Yes, sir. Probably in March.
So, my question on the website would be, it's been a monumental task. But I believe I speak for the entire commission. We support 100%. So you're still within budget. You got everything you need from us. Is there anything else we can do to help you?
Right now, no, Mr. President. That's still within budget piece. More to follow on that. We've worked with the vendor and they've gone through some challenges as far as programmers, which will not cost us due to those changes they've had. But just whenever we started way back when, years ago, the amount of hours that we've exhausted trying to get it right added a little bit to the scope of work that they originally bid on. So we might have to do something here in the coming month, but right now the department has a website. We're looking at it, trying to get it to the final stage and see if there's anything additional that we'll have to do.
Yeah, well, reiterate to Nish, we're not going to quit you at the 11th hour on this one.
Perfect. Thank you.
So my agenda says we have another Nish update.
Don't I look like Nish?
Who's gonna fill in for this one? You don't look like Nish either.
No, I'm gonna take this, Mr. President, members of the commission, with my friend, Dr. Monteith, if you want to join me up here, Kevin. So just a quick, we have an opportunity here today to kind of showcase where we're at with the fellowship with UW, the department, Hobbs School Fellowship that has now been, I think we're on year 3, right, Kevin? Yeah. Just a little bit of background, then I'm going to turn it over to Kevin. Then we're going to give the fellows. We've got 3 of the fellows that are enrolled in this program right now. They're going to have an opportunity to talk to you as well. But if you go back about 4.5 years ago, there were a few things that were going on that I looked for some opportunity where we might be able to do a little bit better, both with our exposing young people in the state that were getting ready to make decisions on careers to the department and to wildlife and to the outdoors, but also to do a better job of having a closer relationship between the wildlife program at the University of Wyoming and the department. And so Kevin and I got together and brainstormed and thought about what we might be able to do. And what we culminated with is really a competitive program, like a very competitive scholarship, like a trustee scholarship, kind of a competition where interested wildlife students or potentially other majors could compete for this scholarship. It starts with a scholarship, but then an immersive program with the department. And those that were selected, I think we went 5 per year. Those that were selected received this scholarship to be in the program, but also had touch points with the department. So the first touch point was volunteer service through the school year, where they were required to do a certain number of work with us at check stations or in our labs or out in the regions doing projects that were going on out in the regions. And then the second touch point was 2 out of their summers during their college undergraduate experience, they would work in a temporary job for the department through the summer. And all along through the entire experience, they would be, a cohort with, as you acquired more folks in the program, they would kind of be joined as one unit, even though they were in different years in school. And I'm proud to say we're at a point now where this thing has gone extremely well. We've had several folks in the program now. You're going to get to hear from some of them today. The Monteith shop has been absolutely instrumental in Rhiannon. One of colleagues of Dr. Monteith has been instrumental in making this work, as well as our Todd Larson here from our department. And so with that, I'll see if anybody has questions, but then I wanted to give Dr. Monteith a chance to talk about kind of the university's side of this partnership.
Go ahead, Commissioner Masterson.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just two questions for whenever it might be convenient. Scholarship, is it multiple years or just 1 year? And is it full, partial? Just whoever wants to answer that whenever.
Yeah, Mr. President, Commissioner Masterson, it's every semester that they're with our program. And it's not based on full or partial tuition. It's a dollar amount, and I don't remember what it is, but it's a set dollar amount, and it's sizable to make it worth it to have, a competitive program.
Any other questions for Brian on the overview of the fellowship? All right. Good morning, Dr. Monteith. Pleasure to have you at our meeting.
Morning, Mr. President, Director, Commission. Thanks so much for taking the time today. It's a pleasure to be here. Usually I come here and I talk about science and big critters, and it's pretty rewarding to have the opportunity to basically introduce you, talk a bit more about this program, and then introduce you to some amazing people that will come and ultimately give you a little bit more meat than what I'm going to share right now. So I'm not sure whether it's relevant to start at my beginning or not, but when I first came into the wildlife program, so I grew up in eastern South Dakota, small town kid, didn't have a clue, ended up going to South Dakota State for their wildlife program there. And I will never forget, in my intro to fish and wildlife management class, the professor, on the first day of class, he said, look to your left and look to your right. One of the three of you is going to get a job in this field. And just like that, it woke me up that day. Now, granted, I knew very little about the field as a whole, but I realized it was going to be a process to be able to get to the point where I could be competitive thereafter. And through the course of my sort of trajectory as I came up, I soaked in every little bit of what it was going to take to be able to get there, and that is be competitive in the field. And I say that not from the perspective of we want to create people that are competitive in the field, but the reality is if we can create people that are competitive in the field, they're the people we want in the field. And as Director Nesvik and I over the years had discussed relationships between the university, between the agency, and even thinking about the notion of ideally relative to the academic institution that we are at the university, ideally we're able to create professionals that the state agency wants. And in part, if we're not doing that well, then the reality is we're not fulfilling that role. And I think sometimes there can be a bit of confliction between those things relative to what the agency needs, relative to what we're doing in academia. And so we talked for many years about like what I do in my intro to wildlife management course and some of the tweaks I made, because the reality is within this world, as you all know, there's the technical side of wildlife management, but at the end of the day, wildlife management, or the traditional lament is it's like 90% people management and 10% wildlife management. So you need the technical skills, but you need to be able to communicate, you need to have interpersonal skills, you need to be able to work with people. And so you need this well-rounded professional, and it takes some time to get there, and it doesn't just happen naturally. And it certainly doesn't just happen in academia. And it probably doesn't just happen on the agency side of things, but it's the blend of all of these things. And how do you bring all of these pieces together to create the quintessential wildlife professional? And as we discussed, it's like, well, we know how to do that. We know what those persons look like. We know how to create them, but the system isn't set up to quite do that as well as it could. So the notion came of, can we create this fellowship program where we take some of the best and basically work to craft them in such a way with the right experiences, with the right support, with the right mentorship through the duration of their trajectory through their undergrad to create the quintessential wildlife professional. Not that they're like an experiment that we're just like toying with them to create this, but let's set them up for success. And if we set them up for success, then we're going to have that return in subsequent generations within the wildlife field. And that was ultimately our goal, was to be able to do that. And Director Nesvik mentioned it briefly, but essentially the structure, and there's a lot of nuance within the entire program, but the structure is based on this summer internship program, 2 years of being plugged in directly with the agency in various positions, where we try to not only expose each of the fellows to lots of different experiences, but help them along their path relative to where they see themselves going over time. There's service hours through the course of this semester through the academic year. And that was certainly for me up and coming. Like, it was always, you don't just go to school and then go get a job. You need to be gaining these experiences as you go. And this, again, is what's creating this well-rounded person that has lots of exposure to the field, as well as the technical side of things and the academic side of things as well. And so we're basically creating that as part of the structure within the fellowship program to do just that. And then while they get all the guidance and mentorship on the agency side of things, then we have both Taylor Wagstaff and Rhiannon Jacobek, who lead the fellowship program, that create on the university side of things, that create an incredible mentorship opportunity there, where they're guided, they're learning all sorts of things relative to the seminar that is conducted on campus, that's exposing them to things that we can't typically do in a normal academic setting. And so they're getting that exposure and mentorship and guidance through the course of that process too. And so it's all in, it's focused, and it's ideally, again, we're doing all the things to hopefully create that quintessential wildlife professional that is not only for them personally, they're competitive when they leave, they're going to be the ones that are getting the jobs. But the other side of that is the Wyoming Game and Fish Department and other agencies ought to be wanting these people at the same time. And so it's my pleasure to transition to the 3 fellows that you're going to be able to hear from today. And what we've done is they're 3 of our best. And what you're going to see as we go from Macy to Adam to Sarah is you're going to basically see a rank from seniority all the way down to one of the incomers this year. So Macy's graduated from the fellowship program, Adam's finishing up, and then Sarah's just getting into it this year. And so you're going to be able to hear from all of them and their experiences, which I think will give you some unique insight into what it looks like from their perspective. And then Rhiannon will come up and finish it off for you and give you a sense of where we're going from here and what it looks like going into the future. Before I step away, I do want to say thank you. I truly believe in this program. I think it's going to make a huge difference, and it's going to pay dividends over the long term in thinking about the next generation of wildlife professionals. So thank you.
President Brokaw, members of the commission, Director Nesvik, thanks for having us. Like Kevin said, my name is Macy Jacobson. I just graduated from the University of Wyoming in the fellowship program this spring, and I'm currently working as a Swift Fox technician for the department in Casper. I do plan on pursuing a career with this agency, and thank you to the fellowship program, I feel prepared for the path ahead. Unfortunately, I don't have enough time to tell you about all the ways the fellowship has helped me prepare to be a successful wildlife professional, but I do want to highlight how it's helped me to get to where I am right now, and how I think it will help others like me find their career paths as well. I was born and raised in Lander, Wyoming, and I've been interested in a career in wildlife conservation since I was young. When I started college, I figured if I took all the right classes and kept my grades up, I'd be wearing a bright red shirt and driving a big green truck in no time. It wasn't until a few years into my undergraduate degree that I realized I was unsure about what kind of career I was interested in or how to get an entry-level position with the department. But after earning my associate's degree in wildlife management from Casper College, I was accepted into the first cohort of the fellowship program at the university, and all of that was about to change. Going into my first year at the university, I began to realize how competitive this field is. My class sizes went from 8 students to 30, and I was questioning how I was going to stand out in an application pool for jobs. A few weeks after classes started, we had our first fellowship seminar, and I immediately felt like I had somewhere to belong with like-minded people, and I was eager for any opportunity to gain experience. Thanks to the financial scholarship that the program provides, I was able to focus my time and energy outside of class on gaining experience and collecting the volunteer hours. Word of the fellowship program seemed to travel fast through the department, and soon I was scheduling opportunities from processing samples in the tooth aging lab to helping out at check stations. I learned quickly how important networking and building connections is, and I've had the pleasure of working for and alongside folks who I've met throughout my time in the program. I also learned that this department has a hand in a wide variety of elements of wildlife conservation and had the opportunity to explore many of them through volunteering. Thanks to our connections with the Hobbs School and the Wildlife Co-op unit, we were also able to volunteer with graduate and PhD students. I practiced my radio telemetry skills on mule deer and wood frogs and spent time in the lab sorting and IDing invertebrate samples. All of these volunteer opportunities helped me prepare for my first summer internship in the non-game section. This is how sorry, I went back. Because it was the first year in the program, there was a little uncertainty about what my role as an intern would be and what I would spend my time doing. I was also nervous to be a burden on the biologists who were already busy training their own technicians and with their own fieldwork. But I used the skills I had learned and practiced through collecting volunteer hours to fill my schedule. And by the second day, I was already headed to Matitsi for my first week in the field with Andy Gigley and his ferret crew. After that, I had no trouble finding a variety of opportunities for myself, and everyone I worked with was happy to answer questions and help me learn as I went. I feel extremely fortunate to have been placed in Lander for the internship because I had access to such a variety of opportunities, from burrowing owl trapping to setting up acoustic detectors for bats. By the end of the summer, I had worked with the fisheries crew, the large carnivore crew, the habitat crew, and almost everyone in non-game. Going into the second year of the fellowship program and my senior year of the undergraduate program, I was finally feeling like I knew which direction I wanted to go in and how to get there. Following my graduation from the university in the spring, I was able to return to the Lander office for my second summer of the internship. This time I was not alone, and I had the opportunity to help my fellow intern learn the ropes of fieldwork and experience a variety of incredible opportunities with the different crews in Lander. I made sure to schedule myself with folks who I hadn't been able to work with the previous summer and spent more time with the projects I had found myself particularly interested in. Halfway through the summer internship, I received an email from Heather O'Brien offering me the position for a Swift Fox technician in the fall, my first official job with the department. I had gotten to know Heather and work with her through various volunteer and internship opportunities. And thanks to the fellowship, especially the summer internship, I knew what to expect in this new position, and I felt confident I would have a good experience working for her. I did my best to find opportunities in the remainder of my summer that I thought would help prepare me for my new position. By the time I started the Swift Fox position in Casper, I was familiar with things like how to use the truck radios, buying groceries with the P card and not losing the receipt, and how to interact with hunters and landowners while representing the department. These skills may seem small and intuitive to folks who have been in this field for a while, but these are the kind of skills that we're unable to get in a classroom setting. Now, having been through the fellowship program, I see the gap between receiving a degree in wildlife management and then turning that into a successful and fulfilling career. And I think the fellowship is doing an incredible job filling that gap on multiple fronts. Not only did I develop my interpersonal and science communication skills, but I also built a network of incredible people that I've learned so much from, and I know I can turn to when I'm lost or struggling. I gained experience in such a wide variety of fields and had opportunities that most undergraduate students don't have access to. And now I'm exactly where I'd hoped to be on the path to finding a lifelong career with this department. And I could not be more grateful to the fellowship program, to our incredible mentors, and to all of you who made this possible. Thank you.
Thank you.
President Brokaw, members of the commission, Director Nesbitt. My name is Adam Novak, and there we go. Oh no. And I didn't actually start in the wildlife world. I came into college as a business undeclared student, and I had really no clue what I wanted to do. I knew I was good with numbers and I was good with people, and that I would probably have enough time to figure it out along the way. And so following my freshman year, I was really loving my business classes, and I ended up getting into an internship, and I absolutely hated it. They asked me to do a lot of things that I didn't feel were really ethical. And on top of that, it was the height of COVID. So I was sitting in my room, working online, looking at my window at the beautiful Wyoming breeze blowing through the cottonwoods we had on our property. And I was like, well, I could probably be outside right now, but here I am sitting inside doing something that I really don't want to do. So the next semester rolls around and I know I want to change and I'm ready to start looking into other paths. But I still had really no clue. But at the time, I was taking a hunting elective that discussed everything from the science, the ethics, the culture, everything that goes into hunting. And that was the best class. And right about the time that registration for next year was about to come up, uh, and that deadline for trying to figure out what that next thing I was going to do was going to be, Dr. Monteith came in and gave a guest lecture. And I was sitting in that class absolutely blown away. I had no clue that that was a job that you could have, which is kind of embarrassing to say now, like that wildlife biology didn't know that was a thing. But I immediately was sitting in that class looking up how do I change my degree? And so I was looking all that up and I get to figure all that out and I'm learning or I'm talking to my mentors and I'm saying, this is what I want to do. Is this a good idea or am I making some crazy mistake? And I'm talking to one of my mentors and she's like, well, you've already got this much time done with the business degree. And I bet it would make you a lot more marketable as a candidate if you just keep both. And so that kind of became my plan where I was going to be a wildlife major and also a business major. And so I ended up registering for both a wildlife degree and a human resources degree, which is pretty much as close as I could get to a general management degree. And my general plan was to go work in the wildlife field for a couple of years and then get old and move up into a into a desk job. And fast forward a few years, and I'm sitting in Dr. Monte's class as a student this time. And he's talking about this opportunity. And I'm sitting there and he's like, all of you should apply for this. And I was sitting there and I was listening and I was like, okay, I'll apply for that. And I barely had enough time because there's a 2-year requirement and I have barely 2 years left of school. And so I applied for this position and that ended up being one of the best decisions of my life. I've gotten to do so many different things, and it's really helped me to grow not only as a wildlife professional, but also as a person. I've gotten to do a little bit of everything from black-footed ferret surveys to educating both the public and my peers, to going and learning how the legislative factor of this. And on top of that, in a few hours, we're actually going down to pick up a deer mortality on our way back to Laramie. So we do a little bit of everything. But really the best part about this program is that they force us to be thoughtful. After every volunteer opportunity, we fill out a report. And as we're doing anything else that's not a volunteer opportunity, we're constantly talking about how does this fit into the broader scale of wildlife? What people do we interact with? What scientific concepts are we using? And how does this play into everything? And it's really this thinking critically that got me to reconsider my role in this field. So I decided that maybe I wasn't going to wait until I was old, tired, and ready for an office chair, and that I can probably just skip that step and go into wildlife administration. And so that became my new plan. And this is really like the niche that I like. It's combining my love for wildlife and also my love for talking to people. And it's because of this I decided to accept the internship in the fiscal division last summer, and that was really great. I got to spend about 8 weeks in every section within the fiscal division. So I did some of the license draw, license accounting, grants, purchasing, disbursements, and I really got to see everything and get exposed to the agency as from like a top-down view. And then my last 2 weeks, I got to go out into the field where I would spend a day with a services person or go out with a game warden or go out with a fisheries person. And I really got to see through the course of my internship a real broad view of the agency, which really kind of confirmed what I wanted to do. Of like I view myself as somebody who can look down on the agency and kind of combine a lot of my knowledge of the field and the knowledge of the business. And so one example of that from the summer is I got to redesign how we do uniform ordering. So it was still is, and soon will not be a form that is a paper form that's really easy to mess up, and it doesn't work all the time. And so I was sitting there and I'm like, why can't this be a Google Doc? And so I went and made the Google Doc. So now it's really hard to mess up. You just have to click a few buttons and type everything in, and it won't let you move on if something's not right. And so that kind of combined both of my interests into one there. And through all of the experiences I've had through the fellowship, I've really come to learn that Wyoming and the Game and Fish more specifically is going to be my future. I'm already applying for full-time positions now. And I often think that when I'm at my retirement party from the Game and Fish in however many years, I'm going to look back on my days in the fellowship and be really proud of what I've done and know that these were the days that helped set me in the right direction. So thank you all for your time, and thank you for your continued support of the Wyoming Wildlife Fellowship.
See if that works. All right. President Brokaw, members of the commission, and Director Nesvik. Hello, my name is Sarah Doyle, and unlike my fellows here today, I'm the only one not originally from the West. So originally I'm from O'Fallon, Illinois, and a typical weekend for me was hiking through the woods, splashing around in rivers, catching frogs, and avoiding snapping turtles. After my dad was briefly stationed in Colorado Springs, I knew I wanted to come live back out west, and who wouldn't? It's a beautiful, wonderful place. After deciding to attend the University of Wyoming, I heard about the Wyoming Wildlife Fellowship through my college's newsletter, and constant exploration in the outdoors through my childhood sparked a greater interest in greater ecology and seemed like the perfect opportunity to get my foot in the door with a Western state agency. So after researching farther into their habitat protection program, I knew that the Game and Fish Department would help me delve into figuring out solutions for successful coexistence of wildlife and people. As part of the Wyoming Wildlife Fellowship, I must complete a set amount, about 20 hours or more, of volunteer hours per semester, and with both the Wyoming Game and Fish Department and outside groups like the Forest Service. These volunteer hours help the fellows acquire a wide range of experiences from tooth aging in the tooth lab or sagebrush restoration in the Mullen Fire Burn area. Each of these volunteer opportunities allows me to become well acquainted with different aspects of the conservation field. Fence removal in the Williams Thorne WHMA familiarized me with fence removal equipment and prioritized the importance of teamwork while we were trying to get some stubborn fence posts out of the ground. Keyword trying. Additionally, volunteer opportunities often help accumulate firsthand experience and knowledge on wildlife topics we learned about in classes, such as how tooth aging provides population statistics and age structure data on elk, or how proper fencing and benefits migration and corridors. In addition to job-related knowledge I gained outside of the classroom, the Wyoming Wildlife Fellowship seminar class provides insight on many crucial professional skills left out in a typical curriculum. And that's a bunch of stuff like how to give a successful interview, write a complete resume, and basic field safety and how to stay safe. The fellowship seminar allows me to become a well-rounded wildlife professional while we're networking with guest lecturers or other professionals during our volunteer opportunities. This summer specifically, I worked at the Whiskey Mountain Conservation Camp, and I've never seen myself grow more at a job. Throughout my summer, I honed one of the most important skills of any wildlife professional, which would be scientific communication. As someone who's primarily research focused, it's important for me to be able to present data in an available and understandable way for the general public and be able to listen and answer questions and concerns that they might have. One of the most amazing things about the Wyoming Game and Fish Department is their high public approval rating. And by the end of the summer, it was very clear to me that the rating was forged by trust and open communication between the agency and the public. I was also able to work on overall communication skills. So I helped plan and teach lessons on activities like canoeing, macroinvertebrates, and firearm safety. However, I did much more than just teach. I also learned a lot this summer. Before this summer, I had never hitched or hauled a trailer before. This was something I was particularly nervous about since I know how crucial trailering is for the wildlife field. But by the end of the summer, I was parking the canoe trailer in 1 or 2 tries. I continued learning by gaining my Project Wild certification, furthering my ability to teach the Project Wild curriculum and other conservation curriculums in my Wyoming Hunter Ed and Wyoming Bow Hunter Ed. After my summer internship had ended, I was able to help teach a hunter education class in August in Laramie with Diane Martinez, putting what I had learned to use. Scientific communication is critical regardless of career path, but with an interest in the habitat protection program specifically, communication with landowners and the public is a particularly crucial skill in my future. After speaking with a wide variety of public constituents this summer, I feel much more comfortable on how to start building working relationships with the public. Mutual respect and understanding are the foundation of any successful teamwork, and whether it's coordinating with coworkers or guiding canoers through tricky turns or meeting with a new landowner for the first time, I know this will be a lesson that I will take with me through the rest of my career. For that, I want to thank the Wyoming Game and Fish Commission for your time and interest in the Wyoming Wildlife Fellowship, as without your generosity, I would not have gained any of the previous skills or experiences that I mentioned before and be much less prepared to enter the workforce once I graduate. It means much more than I can express to have so many amazing people behind us fellows while we become well-rounded professionals. And I know I would still be jackknifing a trailer 20 times, trying to back it in without your significant support. Thank you for your time.
President Brokaw, members of the commission, Director Nesvik, thank you so much for your time today. My name is Rhiannon Jakepak, and I help to coordinate the fellowship from the university side. There are also many people in this room who have been instrumental in just making this fellowship happen in a variety of different ways. So thanks to everyone here for all of your time and support. I'm so very proud of the growth that the fellows have undergone during their time in this program. They have put in so much work and time and effort to become better wildlife professionals, and they are truly devoted to their craft and to wildlife and wildlife management within Wyoming. I just wanted to provide a couple of updates and next steps for where the fellowship is going to be headed in the next year or so. And so first, the fellowship has shifted to being in the wheelhouse of the Communications and Education Division. And so with the help of Chief Goykalia, Amanda Roberts, Ashley Leonard, and Parker Everhart, we're continuing to streamline operations and processes to make sure that we are offering the best experience possible for the fellows, while also making sure that the game and fish personnel that they are working with are also receiving the best support that they can have. So we want everyone to leave this relationship as happy as possible. Our second cohort of fellows will be graduating in May of 2024, and Adam Novak is among them. All 3 of the fellows have expressed their interest in staying within Wyoming and working within the department as soon as possible. So we wish them the best, and hopefully they are all working for the department this time next year. This coming summer, around 10 fellows will be heading out into the field with the Wyoming Game and Fish Department as part of their internship part that others have spoken about. They'll gain valuable skills in whatever part of the field they are most interested in. They'll help to build or continue to build this professional network that we know is so important, and will also help the Wyoming Game and Fish Department to meet some of their fieldwork needs. In the spring, the fellows will be learning some of the hard work of taking data and turning it into something that can be relevant for management. And so we're going to be working with Drs. Ember Hall and Jason Carlisle with the Science Research and Analytical Support Unit, as well as Noel Smith, who is the migratory game bird and wetland biologist with the Wyoming Game and Fish Department. Fellows are going to be analyzing sandhill crane movement and migration data, helping to understand where these animals are going. This will help the department to gain some database insights onto this particular topic, but it will also provide fellows with super valuable skills, including data analysis, how to be a good collaborator and work across institutions, and also professional communication in a variety of formats. And finally, we are going to be advertising for the next round of fellows soon-ish here. We've built a pretty comprehensive list of high school teachers, community college instructors, relevant wildlife professionals around the state. We really want to be putting out our call as broadly as possible so that we can pull in as many of the best qualified candidates as possible. So we'll start advertising in December and the next cohort will begin in August. So if you see those announcements circulate, please spread them to whoever you think might be relevant. So with that, thank you all so much for your time, your support, your energy, and thanks to everyone in this room also for all of their support and help as well. The work that you are doing to help to foster this next generation of wildlife professional, I think will truly help wildlife and wildlife management in Wyoming for generations to come. So thank you. With that, I'm happy to stand for any questions, although I don't know if this is the correct order of operations here, but I would like to respond to Commissioner Masterson's question earlier. Fellows receive $3,000 per semester for their first year in the program. The next year, they receive $3,500 per semester. And then for the final 2 years in the program, they make $4,000 per semester. That's a substantial amount of money, which, as Macy said, allows them to be able to focus on their studies and developing their skills within the wildlife program and not having to work side jobs to support their time through school. Now with that, I will actually stand for any questions.
Thank you. Thank you to all the fellows that came and spoke to us today. I think we're going to probably have some questions for you. So questions from the commission, Commissioner Roberts.
Mr. President, I was kind of curious on the intricacies of it. Like the standard running day to day, how do they decide on the fellows what they're going to do for that day? Do they dictate it, or do you tell them, I've got this opening, you can go do some fence removal, or you can go do this? How does that work?
President Brokaw, Commissioner Roberts, Director Nesbitt, would you like to take that from I don't want to speak for the department. I'm happy to talk about on the university side though.
Yeah, so all of our division chiefs have an opportunity to get together and to determine, this is the number of fellows we have this summer that are they're in the program and then they look at the needs within their division and try to match it up to the fellows and work directly with Rhiannon on, who fits which need. We've had fellows work at camp. We've had fellows work at hatcheries. We've had fellows work really fiscal division across the department, but it's a partnership to look at need versus fit between the university and the department. And then as far as the volunteer work throughout the school year, those are just targets of opportunity that come along, that work that's going on in the regions. I think they're doing check stations, which is a great way to get out and really be, right in the face of the resource and hunters at the same time. And the lab is right there in Laramie. There's a lot of opportunity there. So it's kind of whatever comes along that fits well for the fellows.
President Brokaw and Commissioner Roberts, just to add to that from the university side, the volunteer or the service hours, we ask fellows each semester to try to get a broad array of experiences, because if you know that you are interested in mule deer migration, that's where I'm interested, and I'm not feeling particularly inventive right now. And if you just do volunteer opportunities that are focused on mule deer migration, you're not going to be this well-rounded professional that we want them to be. And so we ask fellows to do something that is within their known interests, which of course is going to be different for every single fellow. And then we ask them to do something that's outside of their known interests. Again, very different for every fellow. In the fall, we ask them to do something that is involving human engagement. And so often that is the hunter check stations. It might be volunteering before one of the UW football games, running the Inspire a Kid booth, something along those lines. And then in the spring, we ask them to do something focused on the legislature. And so that might be attending Camo at the Capitol. If they're feeling bold, they might attend a committee meeting and testify or something like that. No one has done that yet, but they can just attend, and that's sufficient. So it's a broad array of things that they are trying to gain experience in, and that depends a lot on the interests of each fellow.
Mr. Bell.
Mr. President, thank you. Maybe a comment first and then a question. So Wyoming has a habit of educating our youth and then exporting them to other states. And right now we have jobs across the state. And so what is the placement rate on the fellows like in Wyoming? Because I think that's a great goal and I'm glad to actively recruit and or keep people in Wyoming. That's a big deal. So.
President Brokaw and Commissioner Bell, great question. So far 50% because we have had two fellows graduate and Macy is one of the fellows who have graduated from the program. As was mentioned earlier, it is a new program. Yeah, so Macy is working within Wyoming with the Wyoming Game and Fish Department as that Swift Fox technician. Our other fellow left to do a science communication internship in Minnesota. Again, for this coming year, the fellows that are graduating, it seems very likely that as long as they are offered a job, they would take the job. So.
Great, I appreciate that.
Yes.
And then maybe the next thing that I don't know that the department has thought about this, but something I was thinking about as Sarah was talking about her experience in backing up trailers. If we had a live camera on some of the more popular boat ramps in the summer, that would make you feel much, much better. And it would probably get us, I mean, probably millions of hits on every kind of social media. But just a thought.
Yes.
One thing I would add to as far as placement, Commissioner Bell, I know you and I and the commission have had a lot of discussions about where we have our biggest vacancy needs, or we have a lot of vacancy and need right now within the department in our game warden ranks. And we do have fellows that are in the program now that have indicated their interest in competing for a game warden position. So this is meeting some of our biggest challenges and needs right now within the department.
Yeah, Commissioner Linval.
Thank you, Mr. President. I actually have a question for the fellows.
Excellent.
Make them get back up here. Sorry, you're talking to a high school principal. So what would you say for students who are in high school right now that are looking at a possible wildlife degree? What made you, do you think, competitive for this fellowship while you were in high school?
President Brokaw, Commissioner Linval. I think really it comes down to being willing to try, especially for this. They're not necessarily looking for people who are already the best at doing check stations or any sort of wildlife thing, because that all can be taught, but you have to be willing to put yourself out there and just be willing to feel uncomfortable and just get out there and try it. And I think that's so far been the biggest help in this program.
Thank you.
President Brokaw, Commissioner Lundwall. I actually didn't join the fellowship until after my third year of college, so I was already a little bit familiar with the wildlife field. I think in applying for the fellowship, it was the first year, so there may have been, not quite as many applicants as they had hoped, but I think that some research opportunities had come up, but then also just through class, I was able to meet some game and fish personnel, and maintaining those connections and going out of my way to stay connected with them and take opportunities like on weekends or during other times where most students would want to just have their time off, probably helped me be competitive for this program. And then, sorry.
President Brokaw, Commissioner Lundvall. I would second what Adam and Macy said, coming from somewhere where wildlife isn't necessarily as important because I'm near around St. Louis and Illinois area. Just getting out during high school, going and finding those opportunities that can make you a little uncomfortable, going out of your box. I know for me in high school, I worked at the Missouri Botanical Garden Fellowship a lot and just put myself out there. And I think that's just honestly the very most important thing. Put yourself out there, gain those experiences in communication and working with the public, and then just continue it into college.
Thank you.
Keep going, Commissioner. We've got them for 25 more minutes. So, Ms. Rihanna, so you're a couple years into this with our first graduates. What's the bottleneck? What's a weak point? What's a stumbling block that we could help you with?
Yeah, President Brokaw, thank you so much for that question. Hopefully it says a lot that nothing's coming to mind right away. I think being able to get the word out about the fellowship would be very, very helpful. So using all of our networks to bring as many people in as possible. And then a bottleneck on our end is just making sure that we are integrating fellows into Wyoming Game and Fish Department operations in a way that is beneficial for all. I think a couple of fellows mentioned this, but we don't want the fellows to be a burden on anyone who already is supervising their like already existing field crews and all of those sorts of things. So trying to be mindful of how we do that and maintain those good relationships for the long run, which I don't actually know what the solution for that is.
Sure.
So, but that's
So- So our first class was 2, and then you mentioned 3. And this summer we're going to 10. So your program's growing. Is there a cap on it? Is there a financial limitation or a space limitation?
President Brokaw, it's staggered. And so not all of the students come in at the same point. So they're not necessarily like starting, then doing their 4 years and then graduating together. So our first year, there were 4 that joined. The second year was 5. The third was again 5. And then we will join or gain up to 5 this year. And so as folks leave, we're trying to keep the cap around 20. At least those are my last numbers. So we're trying to make sure that they're funneling out and we're keeping a good enough like older cohort so that they can help to mentor under the incoming undergraduates. So that's staggered position. Yeah.
Any other questions, comments from the commission?
Mr. President,
Yes, sir.
I'm always happy to soak up 15,
I know you
20
will.
minutes. I really appreciate the work that you do and thank you for coming here, because to hear from you, the people who are in the program is really important. It's really cool. So thank you. I was curious, and I understand, we're just chatting. So you said a cap of 20. Do you have more interest than that? And you're trying to limit it to work through the program and get it honed before you open it? Or is it limited by funding, limited by other resources, limited at all?
President Brokaw, Commissioner Masterson, Director Nesvik, would you like to respond to that?
Absolutely. So we started with that number, really doing a budget analysis and what we thought was appropriate to invest in the program, and knowing that it would grow each year until it capped out. When you have 4 different class cohorts, if you had 5 each, you'd be at 20. That's kind of where we came up with the number. The other concern that I have is I want to make sure that we know that not every fellow is going to come out of this program and go and compete and be selected for a job in Game and Fish, but we want to make sure too that that number isn't so low that it's a disincentive. We want to make sure that the inflow and the potential candidates for jobs is reasonable and not too high. We don't want to create false expectations.
I appreciate that. Thank you. To follow up on Commissioner Lundvall's question, do you, as advocates for the wildlife program, just broadly speaking at the university, do you go out to high schools in this state? Do you do any outreach as far as recruiting into the program for the university in general?
President Brokaw and Commissioner Masterson. Yes, thank you for this question. We do it in a couple of different ways. So direct emails to instructors and teachers, which I understand that there are many filters that emails have to go through. And so people do not always get these emails. I think some of the best ambassadors are the fellows themselves. And so at multiple Wyoming Game and Fish Department outreach events, there are usually a fellow or two helping out in some way and communicating with members of the public and kids. For example, Sarah worked at the Whiskey Conservation Camp this summer, which will hopefully inspire some of those attendees to be interested in wildlife in the future. And I wish that Nish were here to speak to you, because I think, to my understanding, Nish has this beautiful master plan of, which of course she does, being able to have students start in the summer camps when they're adolescents, and then go through the camp, maybe be mentors in the camp, and then be funneled into the fellowship there. So I think they have been investing a lot into communicating about the fellowship through that Whiskey Conservation Camp, where there's already all of those touch points with so many students. Director Nesvik, would you like to add to that?
Yeah, you're exactly right. When we started this program, we really left it with the policy chief, and as it's grown and it's become more integrative with both the communications part of our agency as well as all the field folks, we've kicked this over to Nish and her team. It's because it's gotten bigger and it needs more attention. And so she does. She's got, you guys know about Chief Gokalia's energy, and she's putting a lot of her enthusiasm and energy into this. And she does have a very good plan. She's briefed me on the framework of that. And it's just going to grow as she works with Rhiannon and others to figure out how we implement that.
Mr. President, when that's ripened and ready, could that be part of one of her presentations?
Absolutely. And, based on today's experience, you can just count on each year we'll have an opportunity to bring fellows in and talk to the commission.
Thank you.
Mr. President.
Commissioner Roberts.
I was curious, and it kind of got me thinking when Commissioner Bell had mentioned, what's the percentage of Wyoming students compared to out-of-state students that go? I mean, how many are native Wyoming going into these programs versus out-of-state coming in? Do we have an idea on that?
Mm-hmm. President Brokaw, Commissioner Roberts, off the top of my head, I think it's about 50-50. That might be not quite correct. Is that okay? Good.
Well, thank you for your presentation, and you may one more time.
It's good to limit me. Filter. To follow up on the question, Wyoming does a great job of exporting its young brains. And I'm wondering, is there a way to reverse that as far as your program and suck people in?
Mm-hmm.
And I remember at a presentation we heard about recruiting at Texas A&M, is it? And I'm just wondering if you get the word out to somewhere like that, or some other pool, some other university where you make people aware of it and they apply, and you can pull them down here. Is there anything like that? Or maybe that's also part of Nish's master plan?
President Brokaw and Commissioner Masterson, this is a great question, and it's one that we're trying to figure out how to grapple with. Right now, our application timeline is such that hopefully if someone is on the edge for coming to the university, they are notified, or if they're considering coming to the university, they are notified of their acceptance into the fellowship before they have to make that decision. And so it might be able to tip them over. And so we have been working within that timeline to hopefully catch some of those students. We do not currently advertise from on the Texas A&M job board or those broader places, since it's often folks who they need to be at the university already or interested in attending. But thank you.
Well, very good job. I think you're doing a fantastic job coordinating the program. Fellows, you're certain proof that the program's working. My congratulations to Dr. Monteith and Director Nesbitt for the insight to start such a thing. So I'm excited for your future and best of luck to you guys. And if you need something from the commission at any time, don't be shy, come ask for it. Wayne, do we have anybody online that wants to comment, public comments up to this point?
Thank you all.
Having none, I'm going to call for a 10-minute break.
Thank you all.
Grab a chair, we're ready to get going. Nobody's listening to me. All you chatty Cathys, find a chair. Look at the authority I don't have. Okay, we're getting ready to go. We had a video glitch, but it looks like we're back up now. All right, moving on our agenda. Mr. Johnson's going to be here, HR. Morning, Corey.
Good morning. So President Brokaw, Director Nesbitt, Commissioners, definitely a pleasure to be back with you again this commission meeting. So this presentation is going to be a continuation of some of the information we provided last commission meeting, specific to personnel with Wyoming Game and Fish. Per the request from the commission, this is going to focus more on employee retention, some turnover information. And as part of that, I'm also going to cover some employee benefits. I think that's pertinent because benefits are designed to attract and retain employees. So we'll talk about what some of those are for working for the state and for Game and Fish. As much as I like looking at myself, is there, can I get, can I get this slide back up there? From that angle, I can see there's some work to be done.
Mr. President, we were just curious on how much we paid for this system.
All right. So once again, I'm going to go over just some general information on benefits, some turnover information. We'll talk about the different types of turnover that we're looking at and some trends. And then Rick is not here, but Deputy Chief Craig Smith will be filling in that piece of the presentation. So starting off, we'll talk medical benefits, retirement plans, other benefits, and we'll take a look at total compensation for employment at the state in Game and Fish. So I'm not going to spend a ton of time on this other than just to cover these are the medical benefits that we provide. I will point out that there are 3 different plans, 2 deductible plans and a high deductible plan. And then the employer contribution for a single person participating in one of these plans is $919 a month. And for a family, it's $2,057.60. So that is the contribution for those. Pretty standard package as far as medical benefits. Would like to point out that we do have new for 2024. We now have pet insurance provided through the state as well. So moving into pension plans, I'll spend a little bit more time on this. So the pension plans for the state are definitely a really big, for me, in my viewpoint, contributing factor to attracting and retaining employees. So we have 2 different plans that we participate, that our employees participate in. We have the public employee plan and the warden plan. And I'll go over some of the differences between those 2. So the pension plan is a defined contribution plan, meaning when you retire, you know, or you should know essentially what you're going to get each month from that retirement plan. I will say that generally, especially in the private sector, these are becoming extinct. We don't see them a lot anymore. So a pension plan to me is a really awesome retirement option to provide. So that public employee plan, I'm really covering the tier 2 plan, which is if you started today, that's the plan that you would be under as a public employee for the state. That vests after 48 months, full retirement at the age of 65 or the rule of 85, which is a combination of your age and your time with the state. It accrues at 2% of your salary per year in the plan. That's your average salary over 3 years. There is no ceiling for that. It'll continue to appreciate, or you will accrue 2% of your salary every year that you participate in the plan. After 25 years, that's going to be about 50% of your monthly pay available to you each month in retirement. So with that plan, the way it's funded is 18.62% of an employee's salary is matched or put into this plan. That is split up. 9.25% is contributed from the employee, 9.37% from the employer. And then the agency actually contributes 5.57% for the employee. So the actual amount that an employee is paying into that plan out of their own paycheck is 3.68% pre-tax. So honestly, a very small amount coming from the employee for a very, very robust retirement plan. That Warden plan, some differences. It vests after 72 months, so it is a longer vesting period. Full retirement is age 50 and vested, so it's a younger retirement age for that. It's 2.5% per year, but it does have a cap of 75%. You reach that much quicker, but it does cap. And then the contribution is 29.44% of the employee's salary, split 14.56 from the employee and 14.88 from the employer. The agency contributes 11.92% for the employee. So that is 2.64% of the pay that goes into that Warden retirement plan. In addition to those pension plans, the state also offers the 457B plan, which is a way to, it's called the deferred compensation plan. You can put money into it pre or post tax. It's similar to what would be a public equivalent to a 401k. The state contributes $20 per month to that if you're enrolled, only if you're enrolled and paying into the plan. And then new employees are started automatically at 3%. So between those options, once again, I feel like the retirement opportunities and potential for a state employer are very robust. Transitioning to leave and some other benefits that we provide as a department. Annual leave and sick leave. So starting out, annual leave accrues at 8 hours monthly. That does jump to additional 2 hours after 4 years, and will continue to jump up every so often 2 more hours per month, and then caps at 16 hours that you can accrue per month. There is a carryover amount. So if you have 240 hours in that first level, it will carry over to the next year. Anything above that does not carry over. For sick, it's 8 hours monthly. There is no cap. It rolls over and accrues over time. I have seen sick hour accruals in the department upwards of 2,000 hours for a career. So that does continue to stack up. Longevity pay, so every 5 years, an extra $40 is added to a paycheck. Not a huge amount of money, but it is, it does add up over time as additional pay for longevity. That is for unbroken service, and it's unlimited. There's currently no cap to that. We also have, and this is mostly within game and fish, this is an option, but it's called B time and pay. That's B stands for bonus for exempt employees. So that allows exempt employees who typically wouldn't be qualifying for overtime or other things of that nature. If they work a certain amount of hours over their base, they can either receive B time, which is time they can use for leave, or B pay, which is based on different tiers, and they get paid out a certain amount of money depending on the tier that they end up in. So to be eligible, you have to work essentially 10 hours, and then that 11th hour is when you would start becoming eligible for B. In addition, there's a holiday pay and comp time that comes with that if you work on a holiday. So there's 9 holidays a year for government employees, state government employees. There's also a governor day after the day of the holiday of Thanksgiving, and then a half day given for local celebrations, usually in July for like Cheyenne Day. If you work on those days, you get you can either accrue leave that you can then use for a different day or holiday pay for that. Flex time, this primarily is for exempt salaried employees. So if you have a base hours of 96 hours in a month and you work, 176 hours in a month, you work above that and you take time off for whatever it might be, sick or personal leave, you can flex that time and you don't need to use annual leave to take that additional time off. Then donated leave, the final one on this page, we do offer the opportunity to donate sick leave for employees in need if they've exhausted their sick leave for medical or family emergency that's eligible for sick leave. You can donate. We can have employees donate to that individual. This is in particular very valuable for newer employees that haven't been able to build up a lot of time, or employees that have had catastrophic medical situations come up. Really awesome to be able to do that and assist for those in need with extra leave. We also, as a state, provide an employee assistance program, or EAP. This is free to all employees and their families. It's confidential and free and provides a lot of different services, counseling, legal resources, financial consultation on work life. There's also a website with a lot of resources and information on how to contact individuals to help with these opportunities. So a little bit hard to see that. I apologize for that, but this is kind of a breakdown of what the total compensation looks like for a state employee. This is assuming about $35 an hour. That's a little below average for game and fish, but it's fairly representative. So you can see there's the $40 of longevity in there. So they've been with the state at least 5 years. And then you can start to see the additional benefits calculations. So the vacation, the sick, the holiday, the pension, deferred comp, medical benefits, and the total compensation down there at the bottom. So their base pay around $6,000, total compensation, actually $10,500 in that neighborhood. And then if you look at this one, this is the warden with the differences in that pension plan. Same base pay, but you can see the actual total compensations, $11,273. So that increases pretty substantially for the wardens with that pension plan. That's just that same page over. So with that covered, I'll start diving into some information on turnover and turnover trends that we've seen. And this is looking back the last 5 years. So this is looking at percentages and the type of turnover that we've seen over the last 5 years. So we have in the green involuntary. That essentially means that they wish to stay employed with Game and Fish, but we did not wish for them to stay employed with Game and Fish. Thankfully, we don't have a ton of that. The blue is retirement, so that's a fairly healthy chunk of the turnover that we've seen. And then the yellow there is voluntary turnover. I will say that this is showing the data for 155 individuals that fit into this category of they've left the agency through one of these means. So in 5 years, we've had 155 people exit the department. I will also point out, last time we talked, I mentioned the different types of employment that we have at Game and Fish. This is only covering full-time probationary permanent employees and at-will employees. It obviously does not cover our seasonal temporary employees. The number of those would be 100% because that's the nature of, temporary employment, right? So this breaks down each year, those different buckets of type of turnover that we've seen. So in 2019, for example, retirement, you can see 17 individuals retired in 2019, surpassing our voluntary turnover. That's not typical. Then you can also see that trend upwards in kind of 2022, during a time frame that there's a lot of industries, a lot of the country was experiencing a substantial amount of turnover and increased turnover during that time frame. And then 2023 up to date, those numbers are looking closer to probably what we've experienced in the past a little bit. So this one, I broke it up into the first chart, all reasons, that's all the different reasons why someone may leave the agency based on how long they've been with the agency. So 0 to 1 year, 1 to 5 years, 5 to 10, 10 to 20, 20 to 30, and 30 plus. So it kind of shows the demographic of who's leaving and in what numbers. In the voluntary one, you can see that that 10 to 20, 5 to 10, 10 to 20 section is pretty large. That to me is a bit of a red flag and concern because that's very qualified, very tenured individuals leaving the agency that have a lot of experience and knowledge with them. So to add numbers to that one on the voluntary chart, we had 25 in that 10 to 20 range leave in the last 5 years. And in the gray one there, we had 28 leave from that bucket. So this is turnover trends by percentage, annual percentage of turnover. What this essentially is a calculating of the percentage of of Game and Fish employees that left each year. So it's the number of individuals who left over that time frame divided by the average number of employees in the agency over that same period of time. 2019, around 4%. You can see once again that increase, especially through 21, 22. And then 23 drops back off a little bit this current year. Retirement looks a little different with 2019, but other than that, follows a similar pattern. When we look at turnover rates, speaking broadly, not specific to Game and Fish, these turnover rates are extremely low. A lot of industries would experience somewhere in the neighborhood of 3 to 4% or more monthly, not annually. So it's a very low number. When you combine the retirements and the voluntary, we're looking at 8.5% combined in 2019. And the highest we had, it was 2022, that was 9.36% for what we consider total voluntary, including retirement, which once again is still, in the grand scheme of things, certainly previous experience that I've had in the private industry, a very low number. Moving to this next page. I broke it up into buckets based on the class codes. If you remember, class codes are where we put positions that do like work, like tasks. And this isn't all the ones we've experienced. These are the ones that had the kind of the most represented that I thought were worth pulling out. And you can see that FW, GW 10 in the kind of the middle there. Total terms by class code last 5 years was 25. So that includes retirements as well as voluntary turnover. That is the game warden position. FWWB 10 is a biologist, and BAA S06 typically falls to the office manager positions. So you can see where we've had kind of the most turnover. The biologist one, not super surprising. That's where we have the vast majority of our positions percentage wise would fall into the biologist position. But looking at it this way, you can see, I just said that the turnover that we've experienced at Game and Fish, compared to what the state experienced, compared to what the federal or all states experienced, compared to other industries, probably not super high. When you start to look at specific positions, you see maybe a more concerning trend. So the 25 individuals that we lost, game wardens that we lost total, that's about a 45% turnover rate in 5 years for our game wardens. If we just look at the voluntary number, it's 20 to 24% in that range. Game wardens voluntarily leaving the agency, which is a little bit more concerning when you look at it specific to that class code. Last kind of thought, and then I'll stand for any questions and also turn it over to Craig Smith. I said that, the turnover we've experienced is very low in kind of, looking at it in context of other industries, private sector, even other public departments with the state. I feel like ours would be very low. That being said, we also have we have a pretty long time period to get employees up to a really high working understanding of the state, of what we do, of the regions they work in. So it does take a long time to recover when someone leaves. And when we look at the numbers, they're small enough that I recognize most of the names when I start looking at a turnover list over the last 5 years. And some of the individuals we've lost are very difficult to replace. So I don't want to minimize how important it is to retain employees by saying we don't have a huge amount of turnover as a department. So with that, any questions? And then we'll move on from there.
Mr. President.
Commissioner Bell.
Corey, thanks a lot for this. Just a couple on the warden positions. What is ballpark on how much it costs us to, how much more money it costs the department to train those individuals to be where they're going to be?
Mr. President, commissioners, I don't have an answer to that. I know it's a lot between the time and effort, and Craig certainly may speak to this to some degree. The amount of effort that goes into hiring a game warden just in itself is a lot. And then add on top of that, the amount of time it takes to train them, send them to the academy, get them to a region, get them acclimated, and they get to know personnel in that region. It's pretty hard to quantify exactly what that entire cost would be. Just procedurally, there's a cost for sure with time spent for current employees to go through the hiring process, but it's hard to quantify that.
Okay, I appreciate that. Mr. President, one more. Just so how percentage of people that have left those 155 exits in the past 5 years, how many of those get an exit interview or voluntarily do an exit interview, or do we ask for one?
Mr. President, Commissioner, it's a good question. We've been pretty, I would say, casual about it over the last 5 years. We've been a little bit more. This year we did develop exit interview form that we've sent out to some folks, but historically we haven't done a ton with that. And so it anecdotally, I have a pretty good idea of some of the reasons why people have left over the last 5 years, but I don't have hard data for that.
Any other questions? None yet.
All right. Turn it over to Craig.
President Brokaw, members of the commission, Director Nesvik. Rick does not have a PowerPoint presentation for this, so I've got some notes here that I'll try to hit on. And so bear with me a little bit here, but just in general, when it comes to law enforcement and game warden positions, nationwide, law enforcement agencies are having a difficult time recruiting having enough candidates to recruit the types of folks that they're interested in. So it's certainly a little bit different being a wildlife agency that has law enforcement
in the comparison to a strict law enforcement, sheriff's office, police department. However, it's pretty common to have some concerns and some issues with that. As an example, across the nation, almost 80% of law enforcement agencies have reported recently having a difficult time in recruiting enough candidates. About 65% of those agencies have too few candidates. They might know that they need 400 to hire 20 or whatever those ratios are, but they're not having enough candidates apply for their vacant positions. And then also about 75% of law enforcement agencies across the nation have reported that recruiting is more difficult today than it was 5 years ago. So we're not immune to that. We feel the same burn when it comes to the difficulties that we're having, but it is a little bit different. And just to highlight maybe an extreme example, yet very similar to where we're at, in a recent article that was highlighting the Los Angeles Sheriff's Department, for example, they reported that on any given day, out of a budget that's available for 17,000 law enforcement personnel, that they are short 4,000 personnel. So it's approximately 20%. And when you compare that to where our game warden situation is right now, we have 52 senior game warden districts, and we currently have 10 vacancies. So we're pushing that 18 to 20%. So it's fairly similar despite the vast difference in the number of employees that we have out there. You know, in the past, we were fairly immune to these things, but we're starting to feel that hurt a little bit, and it's hit us kind of squarely on the jaw. Corey had some good numbers up there and some statistics and charts to show that. And to answer your question, Commissioner Bell, we haven't really gotten into the very formal exit interviews. We do hear oftentimes from the folks that are leaving for other reasons, unofficially and not written down why they're doing it. So we do have some feeling into the reasons behind some of the folks that are voluntarily leaving the agency. And several of those folks that have left the game warden ranks in recent years have left, you know, not really right away in their career, but fairly early in their career. Although we have experienced a variety of folks leaving with different years of experience. But some of the common themes, one is unpredictability of a schedule. So for the game wardens, of course, it's always been kind of a 24/7 on-call position. You're typically housed in a department-owned building that has an office, and the communities that you serve in know that you're available for their needs whenever they feel the need to call you or ring the doorbell. And so the unpredictability of that and I feel like we provide flexibility, but it becomes difficult to on a personal level say, I'm not going to answer the phone today, because we have a high expectation and our publics have a high expectation that our folks provide that service when they need it. And so it becomes difficult for some of our folks to handle and manage that unpredictability. Long hours without overtime pay. Again, Corey touched on some of those things that we've done recently, and I'll hit on them a little bit more here shortly. And then just the inability to really turn off the work life. When you're stationed in one of these places, the public wants you to be available. And it's tough in some of our communities for a game warden to be, I guess, anonymous, so to speak. And we don't want them to be anonymous. But when you are that person in that community, it's kind of tough to get away from that. And so there's a strong draw on our time, all of the time. And so that really leaves our folks feeling like they never get time off. Whether they're sitting at home, there's always the wonder of the call that's coming in or the doorbell ringing, and that they're going to have to go to work and do something. And so those are some of the things that we've talked about with folks that have left it, and issues with current employees that are still here. Workload issues have been brought up, particularly wildlife damage, nuisance wildlife calls, crippled animals, but they have to go out in the middle of the night or at different times of the day. And injured wildlife calls as well. So all of those things have kind of built up to start maybe questioning our culture. And so we've got some work to do. But let me just quickly go over a few things that we've tried to work on in the past 5 or 8 years to address some of those concerns. So most of our game and fish regions in the state have at least 12 months of AWEC contract employee time that's there to really address some of these workload issues with damage, crippled animals, and the nuisance wildlife calls. Those employees also get to assist with other biological needs, data collection, check stations, being around the office to take CWD samples, et cetera. So having those positions for the last 2 or 3 years has really been beneficial, and it's helped some, but there is a lot of workload that's going on out there. The other issue we have with those is just like everything else, those are a stepping stone position for folks. And so it's an entry level position, and they take a job and they work for us, even though they have a 12-month contract. 4 months into that contract, they might get a permanent offer somewhere else or for our agency. And so then we lose that position, and then that sets us back 2 months or more to get another person into there, and then you have to retrain. So there is high turnover with those positions as well, but they have helped us out. The other thing that's fairly new that we've created, I think you're all aware of, is the new work unit, our recruitment, retention, and training work unit in the wildlife division. It's made up of 1 game warden coordinator and 2 senior game wardens. Currently, their priority is to train the folks that we do hire. And so we've got 2 folks that just came out of the law enforcement academy and graduated last week. They will go into a field training program with our RRT unit. And they'll work within the regions, but they'll basically be supervised by that unit. We have recently made some conditional offers to 5 additional folks in our latest recruitment efforts, and we still have some folks that are in a background stage there. So we're hopeful that we may be starting to turn the tide a little bit, but we've still got some work to do there. You know, and with this recruitment, retention, and training unit, we really are hopeful that with the proper training and time spent, that we can reduce some unnecessary stress on our new employees, get them into the program with the knowledge and the experience, and that will allow them to address those concerns that come up with all of them when they first start in a warden district. As Corey mentioned earlier, to address issues with pay, we did start a exception to the pay policy through the Department of Administration and Information that allows us to now pay exempt employees, which game wardens are part of, holiday pay. In the past, they would just get comp time and would have to take leave. And it's pretty tough to take additional leave when you can't typically use all the leave that you're earning through your normal routes. So I know that's been appreciated by the folks, and that's one effort that we've done. We've also, with some changes in legislation this past session, has allowed us to start a reserve officer program where we can rehire some retired folks. There's some limits there and some requirements that they have to meet, but we have just recently started that process, and we're kind of just tipping our toes in the water there on that to see how that works. But we have had some success with a couple of folks willing to come back to workforce on a part-time basis and assist with some various law enforcement duties. And we're hopeful that might be something that assists us going forward. And then one last thing is, Director Nesbitt, and with support from the commission and the governor's office, has recently added some positions. And we're looking at adding some private, basically what we're going to call, I think, a private land specialist or something similar to that, which we will try to get 4 of those positions hired here before too long, that we will put in some of our regions that mostly our private land areas that have a big need for additional help with damage and access and landowner relations and things like that, to help take away some of that workload from our district wardens. And of course, it's a new position. It's going to take time. We can't do everything overnight, but we're hopeful that will help alleviate some of the workload issues that we have in those regions. A few other things with our hiring process. We've basically been in a nearly continuous cycle of hiring game wardens for the past 5 years. We'd open it up on whatever day. We'd go through the process. It takes us a good 6 months to get through the process, make some offers, and then as soon as we have some offers out there, it's open again and we're starting it all over. That's a high administrative workload for the people that have to do that. It's an increased cost to the department as well. And so we're hopeful that we can, with our current hiring class and going into the future, that we might be able to get enough folks on board to fill those positions and get away from hiring on a continuous basis. You know, one other thing we've looked at, we've always required a degree in wildlife management or a closely related field. I won't say that we've gone away from that, but we've considered interviewing folks that don't have a specific wildlife degree, but that as long as they have a certain number of hours in a wildlife field, in that type of coursework, and they have the bachelor's degree. And I can't tell you, anticipating a question, whether that's been a successful change or not, but I do think that it's increased our number of candidates, and it's given us an opportunity to look at some folks that aren't our traditional background when it comes to their education. I think there's a lot of people out there that can do the job and do the job well, but it does require, if we hire those types of folks, an additional workload for training and getting them up to speed with what we're doing. But we have looked at changing some of that. And I think that, you know, currently the folks that we have hired, that we have out there that are going through our field training program, that are coming into the agency now, that will be going through the law enforcement academy this winter, we're excited about those folks. We're happy to have them. You know, they're in various stages of training, but we still have too many vacancies. And so we're still a couple of years out before we think we can get to the point where we might be able to fill those senior districts and kind of get back to normal. We understand that this isn't an easy task, and that, you know, culturally within the wildlife division, what we've asked of our game wardens in the past, we need to work on. We need to take some of that pressure away from them and find new ways to continue to meet what the public needs of us, while trying to change up some of our requests of our game wardens so that we don't lose as many voluntarily. And with that, I'm happy to take any questions.
Thanks for that, Craig. One thing I commend you on, you, Rick, the department, is one thing I've learned is how, I don't know the right word, strenuous the process is, the level of professionalism required to become a game warden, the psychological evaluation and all that. And going to these regional meetings with other states is that's a good thing that we do. And so I appreciate the standard that we hold our warden applicants to. I think that's a good thing. My question is, so on Corey's graph, we've got a lot of the 10 to 20 year term employees that are moving on voluntarily. We're pushing a bunch of new young faces in the system. Is there going to be a gap down the road when the next set of retirees retire? Because all those 10 to 20 year employees bailed out, and there's a bunch of young, no middle age, and well, the Dan Smiths of the world that are still with the agency.
President Brokaw, I think it's reasonable to expect that we're going to have some sort of a gap again, potentially. There could be. I mean, we tried to plan for the agency turnover, knowing that we were going to have a ton of retirements, and we did a fairly good job with that. But some of this stuff in the last 5 years was a little bit unpredictable with folks leaving, and that's okay. We'll get through it. But yes, I think we may anticipate another little blip a few years from now.
Yeah. And I know Dan Smith, I just use him because he's looking at me. I know he's got another good 20 year left in him, but you know, eventually, Dan, it's going to happen. Any other questions from the commission? Commissioner Bell.
Mr. President, Craig, thanks a lot for this, and I appreciate you guys, first and foremost, looking at the data and just acknowledging that things have changed, and that the culture of employees in general has changed. And I know certainly being a commissioner in a larger county that had a lot of employees at the SO, at the sheriff's office, and then also a community that has a large police department, there's competitiveness, but there's also competitiveness across the country. And when there's that many open law enforcement positions across the country. They can pick and choose where they want to be. And if they don't like somewhere, they can go somewhere else because you can't, I mean, it's just not enough people. And so I appreciate you looking at it. I think that our benefit package is good. I think there's some things inside of that, that with that overtime, and I'm glad we're looking at everything, but I also think there's some things that and I know that we can look at some of these, and I know we already do some of these things, but some cooperative agreements with some of the counties. For example, on certain areas of patrol that a county might, their deputies might be able to patrol those areas and help out. But maybe on some damage claims or injured animals, maybe not damage claims, but injured animals and some of that stuff. I think that there's some opportunity there to work with counties. It might not be all of them, but might be some of them that we can look at. And then all the other things that we're starting to implement. I think that's a good, we're on the right track. So I appreciate it. I don't really know if I have any questions in there, but I think just knowing that we're open to, all the things that are happening to try to retain our employees longer. It's just a good thing. I mean, that relationship that they build with landowners, with sportsmen, with the community, it's and I can speak from Campbell County. So we have for a while a revolving door of folks, and so it's hard to get to know them, and then they have to pick up that new person has to come in and learn everything again. And I also, have known enough of them long enough that 24/7, 365 thing is hard. You go out to eat and you get a call, or you go out to eat and you can't, or you go to the grocery store and somebody wants to just talk to you about your job all the time. I mean, you just never get away from it. They love their job. I know that, but it also, that unpredictability and those kind of things. And it's tough. I mean, that is a tough thing for them to handle and over year after year after year. And anyway, I feel for them, and anything we can do to have them have some disconnect from that, I'm all for it. So anyway, I appreciate the department looking into it.
President Brokaw.
Yes, sir.
Just real quick, Commissioner Bill, I just mentioned too, our RRT unit, we have them focusing on training at the moment. Once we get that kind of dialed in, then it'll give us the opportunity to kind of let them spread their wings a little bit more towards the recruitment and the retention side of the game warden position and what we're doing there. So we're hopeful that in the near future, we'll be able to kind of expand what they're doing, but they're just focused mostly on training at this point. But I appreciate your comments.
Thank you. Just one more thing, Mr. President, if you don't mind. I don't know how to say this without being, do we know, I think we do know, but what parts of the job suck the most? I mean, I know I don't even know how else to say that, but I've only been in this position a short amount of time, but I cannot imagine that damage claims are the most fun thing to handle. And, if there was a way to, spread that wealth, or somebody that, just did that. I realize there's a relationship with the landowners and all that comes into that, but I just, I have a feeling that, a warden, and I didn't get this from anybody. It's just hearing and listening to what we've dealt with, that when I sign up to be a game warden and do law enforcement and do whatever, and then I end up, walking through a cornfield for 6 months and counting things, and this can't be fun. I mean, I hope we're looking at some of those things, and I know we are. I just anyway, that's just sorry about that. It kind of went on a rabbit hole there, but
no, I appreciate it.
Thanks.
Commissioner Ladd.
I was wondering, you talked about the reserve force. How are you advertising that, and what kind of success are you having with getting a reserve force generated with personal contacts, or how is that working?
President Brokaw, Commissioner Ladwig. Yeah, so we put out a job announcement that included the requirements to be eligible for that position. We had a few applicants for that. We did contract with 2 folks so far. We didn't have a ton of interest. Of course, there's a lot involved with it with peace officer certifications and things like that. So we're really looking at some of our folks that have retired in the last year or two. So we're a little bit limited in what we can do in that regard. But as a success, it's probably a little too soon to tell. I think the folks that we have on board are going to be able to assist and take away some workload. For instance, one of the positions has been helping with our background investigations that we do after we are looking at prospective new game wardens. That's a time intensive thing for our other folks. So we've been able to put this reserve officer onto that task and free up some of our folks that are field level type personnel to stay in the field instead of traveling across the state or to other states to visit with folks and conduct those background investigations. So our thought with that was to look at the immediacy of the situation and try to put them in the position that does the agency the most good at this time. And I think over time, we'll probably see a pretty good benefit from that.
Thank you.
Mr. President?
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
I was curious on sworn officers, when we have a senior game warden, and we talk about retention, how are we with other states? When a job openings, do we lose our wardens to other states? And when we have an opening here, do we collect more interest from sworn officers from a different state? Thank you.
And President Brokaw, Commissioner Roberts. Yeah, it's a mix, Commissioner. We've certainly hired folks from adjacent or other states into our warden ranks, and they've been able to come in, most of them, and start right in the senior warden level, which is really a benefit to the agency. And we have lost folks from our agency that have gone to other states for other positions. Not all of those have been for law enforcement positions in other states. In fact, most of them have been for non-law enforcement positions that I can think of. But we have recruited folks, in a sense, from other states that showed interest, and we've lost folks to other states.
All right, very good. I have a public comment on the topic. We're going to hear Jess Johnson. Welcome. Good morning.
Good morning, President Brokaw, Director Nesvik, members of the commission, Jess Johnson, Government Affairs Director for Wyoming Wildlife Federation. I'll keep this relatively brief, but I was really interested in this topic and I was disappointed I missed, unfortunately, the conversation at the last meeting. I apologize for that, but reached out because over the last 4 years, one of my sort of unofficial things that I do in the field when I am out hunting is finding those game wardens and talking to them and trying to figure out, because we know this has been an issue for a little while. And I've talked with 11 game wardens across the state where I've had longer conversations. Unfortunately, as you guys may have seen, I had a longer one than I anticipated in Jackson. But every one of them I'm asking, how can we help? You're amazing at what you're doing. We're so thankful that you're out there. How can we help? Because we know this is a big workload. And especially as my position at the state legislature, I often see that workload get bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger and not smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller. So I'm very cognizant of that. And unanimously, among those 11 game wardens, I kind of ask, well, no judgment here. If you could drop one thing off your plate and it would free up. So I was asking, what would free up the most? What would you want to get rid of? How can it give you more bandwidth? It is damages, it's damage claims. And I got to thinking as I started hearing this from them going, well, this makes sense. And I've sat in here and there's a lot of, I think having a separation from a game warden and the damage claims makes sense in the sense of it can improve landowner relationships, especially in a time when we're working really hard to start building access agreements to keep the access that we do have and make sure that we're offering the landowners as much support as possible. Oftentimes from them, what I'm hearing their issue is enforcement. And it's no fault of the game warden, it's just a bandwidth issue. And so this comes down to where I feel like if we can, hearing about this private land specialist positions, I'm so excited for that. this makes so much sense to separate some of that out. And I also imagine that what we'll see is some relationships that are being built back. Not that the game wardens are not already doing an exceptional job with the landowner relations, but it does alleviate some of the stress that happens. We've all sat through the damage claim appeals. They're uncomfortable, I think, for all of us. And it's just one of those things where no one wants to put the game warden in that position and then also ask them to broker access deals with landowners while having had that sort of relationship. So I just, I am in awe of our game wardens. I mean, they've had 23 books written about how amazing they are from local Wyoming people. They are quite literally the best in the field and, arguably the best in the country. And seeing how we can support that and where we can separate that out. The conversations that I've had, every one of these people loves this job. They're doing it because they care, because they love it, and they want to do more. But it is a lot on their plate. And I can tell you, I see it every year at the legislature. That plate gets piled with more and more things that we ask of them without ever making the plate bigger. So looking at where these 4 positions can go, if we can do more with the damage claim stuff, I know it takes a lot of their bandwidth and time, especially in certain parts of the states. We're here to fully support that. I can just tell you from my experience, it's the best. I've hunted in multiple states and we have the best wardens out there.
Thank you, Jess. Any questions, comments? Thank you. I'm getting more sheets. I'm ready to move on to item agenda number.
You got one more for this.
Oh, I've got one more for 7. From Josh.
Matten.
Commissioner Brokaw, members of the commission, Josh Metten. I'm the Wyoming field manager for the Theodore Roosevelt Conservation Partnership. I just wanted to echo some of the things that Jess said in her comments. Earlier this year, the TRCP and went across the state in a number of different locations looking at holding some public land access listening sessions, trying to find some ideas about how to address the conflict that we sometimes see and find some strategies to improve access to public lands and also improve relationships with the private landowners that are providing and stewarding a lot of the habitat that we have. And something that we heard repeatedly was from both folks that were advocating for access and also folks that were private landowners that were trying to deal with the issues that come along with that access, is that having more red shirts on the ground would be something that they thought would be very helpful. So I just wanted to quickly note my support for anything we can do to work on that issue by providing additional staffing on the ground. Thank you.
Thank you, Josh. Appreciate that. All right. Now we're going to jump to agenda item 8. Morning, Roy.
Morning. President Brokaw, members of the commission, and Director Nesvik. This morning, the Lands Branch has 3 separate property rights items for your consideration. And I'd like to start off with the Hanson property, which is located in Albany County. We've been working with the Hanson family for the last couple of years to try and get this property acquired. They'd like to convey the property to the department. And so we have a contract signed. We're ready to move towards a closing and request the funds today for the purchase of that property. And we think it'll be a big benefit to the public. So with that, I'll go through some pictures and some maps of the property and some basic information about it. And I guess if you have any questions, let me know. So it's about a 460 acre proposed acquisition in Albany County. It's located just directly south of Woods Landing Jelm, and it's adjacent to the Jelm WHMA. It's also adjacent to the Medicine Bow National Forest. Porter Creek, which is a seasonal creek, runs through their property, and there's about a mile of Laramie River frontage as well. It's home to mule deer, elk, black bear, blue grouse, rainbow trout, and various songbirds. So really great habitat for wildlife. So here's a map that shows the location. Hopefully you can see Laramie on there. I'd use my pointer, but I don't think you can do it on here. But the Hanson property is highlighted in blue down to the lower left-hand side. And the Jelm WHMA is on there too. And that's kind of the location in relation to Laramie and Woods Landing. So one of the big benefits of this acquisition is that based on some collared mule deer information, we know that this is located in a deer migration area and a crucial winter range. And we've been working with the department with the Forest Service to implement a winter range closure on the property from October 1st through June 15th, just to allow those wildlife to be able to move around in there without being harassed by vehicles and so on. Acquisition will also ensure no subdivision or development of the property into the future, which is a big benefit. I'll show on another map, there's some subdivisions north, south, and kind of east of this location. So we want to make sure that the deer can go back and forth between those areas. And it will provide a combined 3 miles of Laramie River access forever into the future. And so basically the Jelm WHMA has about 2 miles of river access, and this Hanson property provides an additional about 1 mile of river access as well. So here's a map showing a little closer. You can see everything on the left-hand side in green is the U.S. Forest Service property. The Hanson property is highlighted in blue, outlined in blue. And the Jelm WHMA that's currently in place is in red. The Jelm WHMA is about 640 acres, and the Hanson property is about 460 acres. So combine the two and you have about 1,100 acres of area. If we acquire this property, they will be all combined in the Jelm WHMA. And you can see on this map directly south along the river, there's subdivisions directly north. The property directly to the north of here has been subdivided already. And so all the way up to Woods Landing, there's some subdivisions. So keeping this area open will be great for the wildlife. So I'd like to thank Brian Rogden here in the Lands Branch, who flew a drone out here and took some pictures for the commission today. This is a picture kind of from the middle of the property looking northeast towards the Laramie area. And directly over that hill right there in the foreground is Woods Landing. And so it's looking down towards the Laramie River, down toward the bottom of there. Really good habitat, kind of a pretty property. Here's another picture taken kind of from the middle of the property, looking directly to the east towards County Road 10. You can kind of see it running across the hillside there. The white road running directly out to a parking area is the existing parking area on the property on the Jelm WHMA. The Hanson family has had a fishing easement on their property for years now. And so that's the access point to get down to the river on the Jelm WHMA and the Hanson property that's in place right now. This next picture is kind of in the middle of the property looking to the southwest. This is looking up Porter Creek. As you can see, there's a lot of trees out there, a lot of good habitat there as well. So I talk about the terms of the sale a little bit. Fred and Patricia Hanson have offered to sell the property for below market value, $1,000 per acre, and it's under contract at that price. They plan to withhold a 7.07 acre tract from the sale. And I'll show you on a map in just a minute where that's located. The public access will be from the current access road and parking area on the eastern side of the river, which I just showed on a couple slides ago, that access road down from County Road 10. And the only current vehicular access to the western side of the river is administrative. So that means basically Recluse Valley Trail, which provides access through that subdivision, is a private road. So the public will not be able to use that access road to get in there. The public will have to come in from the east side for the time being. We think there's some opportunities for other public access, better public access on the western side of the property as well. And there's a small in-holding cabin lease that will expire on May 11th of 2031. That cabin is kind of at the mouth of the Porter Creek where it kind of comes into the Laramie River. That cabin lease was a 99-year lease signed in 1932. And so the payment is $22.50 per year. That cabin was in place when that was signed. So the cabin's in really old condition. We don't know if there'd be much benefit to us using it in the future, but it will become ownership of the department upon that expiration in 2031. And then here's just a map kind of zoomed in a little closer. The in-holding is 7.07 acre tract that the Hansons are planning to keep is that crosshatched area in light blue, the northeastern side of the property. They will grant us an administrative access easement across that to get to our property, and the department will be able to drive in there. Department employees will be able to drive in there to do maintenance work through that area. And I'd also like to point out that, you know, because it's directly adjacent to the current GELM WHMA, we believe it isn't going to increase maintenance costs significantly just because we're already maintaining that area out there as it is right now.
Roy, can I interrupt you right there? On that map,
Go back.
what's that 80 acres that's not bordered by red or blue right in the middle?
In the north side of it,
No,
Mr.
right in the middle. Between the blue and red.
Oh.
It's neither.
Yeah, Mr. President, that's a private property in the middle. There's an access easement down through there to get to a private property in the middle.
It's not Hanson's or
No, it's a separate landowner.
Jelm.
So at this point, at this time, the department recommends the commission approve the purchase of the Hanson property along with associated closing costs for approximately $461,710. And we would be able to use House Bill 122 access funds for this acquisition. We did send the proper notifications to Albany County, and they passed a resolution through their commission supporting the project, supporting the acquisition. So we can use those House Bill 122 funds on this acquisition as well.
Roy, do you want us to act on each one as you present it, or all of them at the end, or?
Yeah, Mr. President, I think it'd be easier if we just each one individually if possible.
Okay, any questions from the commission on the presentation of the Hanson property? Commissioner Ladwood.
The House Bill 122 funds. Can you explain that a little bit?
Yeah, Mr. President, Commissioner Ladwig, the House Bill 122 funds were passed in 2021. They increased the conservation stamp fees from $12.50 to $21.50. And that additional increase, 85% of those funds has to go towards public access for areas that are hard to access or have no access for the public. So that's what those funds would be used for.
What's the pleasure of the commission on the Hanson property? Oh, Commissioner Masterson.
Mr. President, thank you. I appreciate your presentation. What kind of a dent will this purchase make in what's in the bank with those funds?
Mr. President, Commissioner Masterson, I'm not sure if Meredith can answer that question.
At the end of October, there was just
All right. Thank you. And when you say administrative access, just give me 2 sentences on what you mean.
So administrative access is basically if you're an owner of a property along the road, you can have access across there, but the public does not have access across it because it's not a public road.
Mr. President, I would move to approve the purchase of the Hanson property for $461,710 using the HB 122 access funds.
It's been moved by Commissioner Bell. Is there a second?
Mr. President, I would second and ask if Commissioner Bell would consider adding I noticed that it indicated associated closing costs to that amount. But I would like to second the motion enthusiastically. I think we should buy anything that we can as long as we can afford it. Thank you.
Second by Commissioner Master. Commissioner Bell, are you okay with?
Yeah, I'm good.
The seconds verbiage? Any other discussion on that motion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That motion carries.
Okay, next, like talked about a public access lease at the Rawhide WHMA. So just some background, the Rawhide WHMA is located east of Torrington along the North Platte River. Due to natural river movement on the North Platte River, the southern shoreline is now on land owned by the Eisenbarth family. So to ensure public access and to avoid trespass issues along that bank of the river, the department entered into a lease agreement for that area back in 2019. That lease expires on December 31st of this year. So we'd like to renew that lease. It seems like it's worked out pretty well in the past. The Eisenbarth family has offered to renew the lease for $600 for the first 5 years per year and $700 per year for the last 5 years of the 10-year lease agreement. The prior lease agreement was for $500 a year. So based on inflation, that's kind of where they were wanting to have us pay. So I'll just kind of show a map here. The Rawhide WHMA is in red along the river there. And the Eisenbarth family owns the area highlighted in blue there. And the very small sliver of property there at the river is the approximately 1 acre area of the lease.
Is that the little green blip?
Let me go back. So no, that
Lower
little
left?
green blip. So basically, I wish I could do it on here better, but
Well, that's parking area.
yeah, and you
Okay.
can't see it on there, but it's on the river north along the shoreline on the blue area, and it's kind of crosshatched. You just can't see it very well on there. It's really small sliver of property.
I got you. Up there, a banana shape.
Yep.
Okay.
Correct.
This is one of 3 accesses in the Rawhide, is that correct?
I'm not sure how many access points there is.
So, do we really need this one?
Mr. President, Commissioner Jolovich, it's been in place for a long time, and I feel like it's worked well is from what I'm hearing from the region. And so basically they're concerned about people crossing onto Eisenbarth property, not realizing it's not game and fish property and having trespass issues there. And it allows us to allow them to fish along the bank there too.
This will be close.
So at this time, the department recommends the commission approve the extension of the public access lease for the additional 10-year period. And I'd like to just note that all those lease payments will be incorporated into the existing standard budget. There will be no additional funds required from the commission from this approval.
Solid. What's the pleasure of the commission on the Eisenbarth easement?
You want to move it?
Mr. President, I move that we approve the extension of the public access lease for an additional 10-year period.
It's been moved. Is there a second? Second by Ashley. Any discussion on the motion?
Mr. President, I'd be curious, what, I kind of, Mr. Commissioner Jolovich, can you elaborate a little bit more what you were talking
We've had
about?
some trouble with Mr. Eisenbarth down there. Well, because of part of it was because we built a bridge down there, which was none of his business to begin with. But I'm fine. If we need that access, then I'm fine with it.
So let me ask you this, will this 10-year extension alleviate those problems?
No.
Any other discussion on the motion? Getting cold feet. Go ahead, Commissioner Roberts.
I just was more, I'm sorry, I just was more, just listening to Commissioner Jolovich, and I don't want to enter anything that we've got problems with to begin with. So I'm just kind of curious on, because he knows the lay of the land.
Sure.
Well, I've got no problem with doing that. If we need this access, I got no problem with paying this access.
Sean, you have some insight?
Yeah, Mr. President. So we've worked with the landowner in this instance on some things in the past. Up to this point, this access works well for just the logistics of how that unit works. It provides good access for people to come through there and fish and waterfowl hunt without having a trespass issue, which is a big deal. And it provides access all along that shoreline. And if you were ever out there to see just kind of how that topography works and whatnot, this is a good thing for the public. So any things we've had as far as discussions in the past with the landowner, we've alleviated up to this point. So the department does recommend moving forward with the motion.
Any other discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion to approve renewal of a 10-year access agreement, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That motion carries. You're 2 for 2.
Now we'd like to talk about the Powell Game Warden Station acquisition. So the department established a need to replace the existing game warden station in Powell in the last budget cycle. We did find a house at 959 Lane 8.5 that will be suitable for a replacement. It's located very close to the existing game warden station over there. The property is a 5-bedroom, 3-bath house with a shop on a 1-acre lot. The property was recently reduced in price to $510,000, and we were able to negotiate the price down to $495,000. And in doing that, stay within the budget amount from the last budget cycle. And I have some pictures of the house. Here's the front of it with a 2-car garage, porch on the back. There's a big shop in there. The shop has a concrete floor. It's insulated, has electricity to it. I think it'll be well suited for what we need it for. The house itself was built in the early 1960s, but it's been completely renovated, and we've had a full house inspection done on it. We came through with no issues whatsoever on the house. We've had multiple department employees review it, had no issues there either. And we believe with this field off to the side, there's a possibility in the future of fencing that off, and the game warden could put a horse in there here and there. And so we think it'll work out well for the department's needs into the future. So at this time, we are recommending the commission vote to approve the purchase of the Powell Game Warden Station for $495,000 plus closing costs for a total price not to exceed $497,000. The purchase price will be paid out of the existing standard budget, and no additional funds will be required by the commission at this time.
Thanks, Roy. I remember us approving that in our budget work. I'm pleased we found one that suits the needs. Any questions from the commission? Commissioner Masterson?
Just to put you on the spot, would you live there?
Yes, Mr. President, Commissioner Masterson it is a nice house. I don't have any issues with it at all.
Just curious. Thank you, Mr. President.
Commissioner Ladwig.
Speaking after having a fight over a chicken situation, is there a problem with putting a horse in? Is it zoned for that capability?
Yeah, Mr. President and Commissioner Ladwig, I believe it's allowed. I don't know that I reached that directly, but we'll make sure it's fine.
Mr. President, I would move that we approve the $495,000 for the Powell Game Warden Station plus closing costs, and to be taken out of our standard budget.
It's been moved to purchase. Is there a second? Second by Commissioner Jolovich. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion say aye.
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 Opposed? We just bought a house.
Thank you.
And a garage and some dirt. I gotta get back on schedule because John's pacing. All right. You're not Eric, but
I'm not Eric.
come ahead.
All right. Mr. President, members of the commission, Director Nesvik, Sean Bibby, Deputy Chief of Services. We just want to provide you with our usual update on the Jackson Housing Project. Site development is well underway. We're anticipating having all the foundations in place this week. We've got 4 of the 6 garages framed out with 2 underway. We've recently had our chief engineer, Lauren Wooden, and representatives from Dick Anderson Construction go on site to Stratford in Idaho and review the 3 houses that are currently on the assembly line for quality and whatnot. And we've had reports of no issues there whatsoever. We anticipate those 3 homes being delivered on site in the middle of January, and then the remaining 4 units being delivered in March. So up to this point, we're continuing to work on some of the utility connections, necessary agreements there and whatnot with Lower Valley Energy and so forth. We continue to have weekly meetings with our contractor and design team just to keep up to date on everything that's going on there. And that's where we're at. Things seem to be on time and on schedule. So with that, any questions you have, I'd be happy to answer.
Mr. President, I have, how could I go look at that? Do I need to call them prior to go looking at it, or can I just stop by one day and check out the thing?
Yeah, Mr. President, Commissioner Roberts, I think it would be a good idea to call somebody ahead of time so we can get you on site with a hard hat and all the safety things that you would need to be on site so you could review the project. But yeah, we could absolutely get you out there and take a look.
I just drove right on in there and looked at it the other day.
You're GF1.
That's
That's cheating when you're driving GF1.
Director Nesbitt can do what he wants.
Any questions on Jackson Housing? That was the simplest Jackson Housing report we've ever had. You didn't even need another million or two. Fantastic. It looks like we're gonna build houses in Jackson. Awesome. Well done.
All right. Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. President, I would like to note for the record, this is the first time in 15 years that Deputy Director Kennedy actually got the agenda right for the allotted amount of time that we had to be done at the appropriate time. Better late than never.
He peaked. Okay, IT, do we have any public comment online? Is there any public comment to come before this commission before we go to lunch? All right, we adjourn, I think it's 1 hour for lunch. Okay, I'm ready to get back to work. If you guys are as well. This afternoon, our agenda, we're going to start with Ms. Doring, our license manager. Afternoon, Jennifer. Our first agenda item is cancellation of an LSA.
Good afternoon, Commission President Brokaw, members of the commission, Director Nesvik. The first agenda item I'm presenting is the license selling agent cancellation of Hauser Hardware in Guernsey. And in your commission packet, on July 12th of 2023, the license section received approval from Commissioner Jolovich and Deputy Director Kennedy to suspend Hauser Hardware as a license selling agent for failure to make timely payments on his monthly invoices. So anyone who sells Wyoming Game and Fish Commission licenses are required to remit their previous month's sales in our office by the 10th of the following month. So they receive an invoice on the 1st of the month, and those payments are due in our office, not postmarked, per Chapter 31 Commission Regulation Governing License Selling Agents by the 10th of the month. And if they have 3 late payments within 12 consecutive months, we can reach out and request to suspend them. And so in July, we did request to suspend Hauser Hardware. And in your attachments, you see all of the letters that we sent notifying him that he was late. And all of those are included in the attachment. And with that, I do want to note that we reach out before we send those letters, letting them know that they are late and that we're turning their terminal off until they make payment. We, either myself or Josh Moulton, our licensed sales accountant, makes personal contact with those agents and also encourage them to sign up for electronic payment, which usually prevents this from occurring. And so I did talk to this agent twice before he got to the 3rd one. And then Josh did also reach out and ask him to sign up for electronic payment transfer so that he would not be late in making his payments by the 10th of the month. And so at this time, the department recommends that the commission vote to cancel Hauser Hardware as a licensed selling agent.
Jennifer, I have a couple questions. So apparently through your conversation with him, he chose not to sign up for electronic payment. He made that decision.
Commissioner Brokaw, that is correct. Before he received the 3 late notices, he chose not to. Subsequently, when he did make his final payment, he did turn in an ACH electronic payment, but by that time we had already proceeded with the cancellation. And I also do want to point out, Josh Moulton did reach out to him to appear in front of the commission to present his case. And it's my understanding from those conversations, he also chose not to attend.
Okay. Any questions from the commission?
Mr. President, if I may, what reason did he give? Why?
Commission President Brokaw, Commissioner Masterson, they don't usually provide us with much of an explanation why they're late. we occasionally get, well, we thought it had to be postmarked by that date. And we're very clear that it's not postmarked, it's in our office by that time, but we also do give them 3 chances. So it's not like the first time that we bring them for suspension. And so, if there's extenuating circumstances, we've had agents who ended up in the hospital. They're the only person who can write checks on their account. We do take extenuating circumstances into account on any license selling agent before we send that payment.
Yep.
But in these conversations, he was aware of the regulation and those requirements.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Mr. President,
Go ahead, Commissioner Bell.
Jennifer, is there another licensed selling agent in Guernsey?
Commissioner Brokaw and Commissioner Bell, I do not believe there is another agent in Guernsey. But I mean, he does have volume of sales. He did sell approximately $20,000 worth of licenses in 2021 and almost 15,000 in 2022. But in talking to the regions, we're able to handle that.
Any other questions? What's the commission's pleasure with the recommendation from the department?
Mr. Chairman, I move that we cancel the licensed selling agent Hausher Hardware in Guernsey.
It's been moved. Is there a second? Second by Commissioner Jolovich. Any further discussion?
It's been an ongoing problem, so this is.
Okay, so noted. Any other discussion? All those in favor of the motion, say aye.
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 Opposed? That motion carries. Conditional renewals.
Commissioner
Oh,
Brokaw, can
sorry,
we
I
do
skipped
11?
Yeah, sorry, I forgot that one. Let's do appointments first.
Thank you, Commissioner Brokaw, members of the commission, Director Nesvik. The next agenda item I'm going to present is license selling agent appointments. And during the November cycle, we are requesting the approval of 1 license selling agent transfer. That is Maverick 422, was bought out by Miller's in Buffalo, Wyoming. And included in the packet is their application and the game warden approval evaluation. And we request that the commission approve the transfer of this LSA Mavericks.
Any questions?
Mr. President, why does it say Guernsey on there on 11? Maverick 420, it says Maverick 422 Guernsey.
Oh, on our agenda. Yeah, I think that's probably just a typo. We're talking about the Maverick 422 in Buffalo.
Commission President, Commissioner Roberts. Yeah, I apologize for that. That is a typo. It was carried down from 10. It is the agent in Buffalo, Wyoming. And they had that Mavericks had almost $25,000 in sales in 2022.
What's the pleasure of the commission on Maverick 422?
Mr. President, I would move to approve the transfer as set forth in item 11.
Moved by Commissioner Masterson. Is there a second? Second by Commissioner Jolovich. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Opposed?
Aye.
So those were all ayes. Let's revote. I misheard. Let me slow down. All those in favor of the motion for the Maverick 422 in Buffalo say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes.
It was a late eye.
There was a late eye that got me. That motion carries. Okay, Jennifer, now the next one. Renewals.
Commission President Brokaw, members of the commission, Director Nesvik. The other license selling agent agenda item in front of the commission is the conditional renewal of license selling agents for 2023 who have not sold the minimum statutory requirement of $1,000 in sales in 2023. So per Wyoming State Statute 23-1701, the department is required to bring before the commission in November any licensed selling agents who have not met the minimum threshold of $1,000 in sales in that current year. So the department starts the bonding renewal process for licensed selling agents in October for the next season. So currently we're bonding licensed selling agents for the 2024 season. And we are required by state statute to present those agents to the commission who have not met that $1,000 in sales currently. And so as of October 18th, 2023, when our commission agenda items were due, we had 3 licensed selling agents who had not met that $1,000 threshold. And those are Shell Campground located in Shell, Wyoming. And as of October 12th, they had $872 in sales. Subsequently, I do always run their sales before I come to the commission meeting and present those. And as of right now, yesterday, they had $999 in sales. So one more dollar and I could have said they had met the threshold, but they're very close. The second one is Bow River Crossing located in Elk Mountain. As of October 12th, they had $787.50 in sales. And as of yesterday, they still had that same dollar amount. The third and final one is Alta Convenience 6225 located in Green River, Wyoming. And as of October 24th and yesterday, they had a total of $225.50 in sales. And so they still have till the end of December to meet that $1,000 requirement if you approve them, as well as any of their audited offline sales. And so at this commission meeting, we ask for your approval of conditioning approval of these 3 licensed selling agents to bond for the 2024 season, as long as they make their $50 bond payment application by December 1. And then we will bring back to the commission after audits are completed for the 2022 sales to see if any of these agents continue to have not met that threshold. And at that time, the commission can vote to cancel them if they don't make that. Usually we bring those back in March because we've had our audit of all of their offline sales. So at this time, the department is requesting that the commission approve the conditional approval of these 3 licensed selling agents to continue selling as long as they make their bond application and payment by December 1.
Any questions? Commissioner Ladwood, you had one?
They already have their full array of equipment to sell, though. It's already in place in their place of business.
Commissioner Brokaw, Commissioner Ladwig, that is correct. They have been selling licenses throughout the 2023 season. The only one I will note, kind of a special circumstance, is the Alta Convenience Store. They early on did have some issues with their terminal and internet connection, which our IT staff worked diligently with them to get their internet connection. It was an issue with their internet line. And in speaking with the new store manager, the prior store manager kind of, in his words, gave up and put the terminal aside and didn't focus on sales. And he would like the opportunity to reinvest and promote sales of Game and Fish Commission licenses at that location. But yes, they've been actively have those terminals and have been able to sell since January 1 of 2023.
Mr. President, I would make a motion to conditionally renew these licensed selling agents and allow them to continue selling licenses.
It's been moved. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Jolovich. Any further discussion on that motion? Hearing none, all those in favor of the motion, say aye.
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 Opposed? That motion carries. You want to take on chapter 2?
Thank you, Commission President, but I will turn that over to the Wildlife Division.
All right, well,
Thank you.
thank you, Jennifer. Well done. Well prepared.
It's chicken.
I think she could handle it. She's pretty good. All right, welcome back. Chief Smith.
President Brokaw, members of the commission, Director Nesbitt, thank you. I'm here to present the draft regulation for Chapter 2, General Hunting Regulation. And to set the stage a little bit, if you'll recall, we discussed this at our last meeting, had a lot of vibrant discussion on Chapter 2 and what was contained in there. At that time, the commission tabled taking any action on this regulation with direction to go back and visit with the bill sponsor from the legislature and Mr. Cole, and to kind of come up with some sort of a compromise. And so what you'll see today is the result of that effort in the interim between that last meeting and today to come up with a compromise in Chapter 2. Happens to me every time. Okay, and a lot of this is the same presentation you've seen before. This is just the Wyoming statute as it came out of the legislature that directed the department, put some information in there in the statute and directed the commission to make a rule that would enact this and put this in commission rule. And just to revisit, in the definitions, we have stricken the definition of aircraft. That was changed in statute, so there's no need to have that in the regulation. At this point, prior to that, there was no definition of what an aircraft was in statute, so we put that into the commission rules. So here's the meat of it. In Chapter 2, Section 21 is a new section that would enact the rules and as requested from the legislature. Subsection C is the pertinent portion that you need to look at. So previously, we had proposed that the basically season for using that would be excluded from, I think it was September 1st through December 31st or something like that. At any rate, the new dates as agreed upon from the department and the bill sponsor through their negotiations and consideration is October 1st through November 30th would be closed to the use of hunting at night on public land with artificial light or lighting devices. With that is the proposal, and the department would recommend that you vote to approve Chapter 2, General Hunting Regulations, and I'd take any questions.
Any questions for Craig at this time?
Thank you, Mr. President. What risks are presented by people out in the middle of the night hunting with thermal devices that might be different from traditional daytime hunting for purposes of those listening at home?
President Brokaw, Commissioner Masterson. Well, I think first and foremost is there's a lack of ambient light. If you're out there in the dark, it's difficult to see other people on the landscape, other animals, wildlife, structures. Obviously, vision at night without some sort of additional lighting device out there, it makes it difficult to see and observe what's on the landscape. Those dangers when you involve a firearm are probably, increased somewhat just because of the lack of visibility, potentially. Now, obviously, these types of devices and technology allows for people using those to see in the night in a much better level. And so it does help restrict that in some way, but those are some of the basic concerns with conducting these activities at night.
A follow-up, if I may?
Yes, sir.
One of the public comments, kind of derided the quality of thermal imaging. Just said, the quality of the image you get isn't good enough to really rely upon. Do you have any thoughts on that?
Sure, Commissioner Masterson. I won't profess to be any kind of an expert in the use of these types of devices, but I do know through handling and use of some of them, there are less like any marketplace, there are varying levels of quality that are available out there. And they increase with the value of the particular device. And so there are certainly some devices out there that are probably not very high quality and that may limit the use of those at a very defined level. And there are some of those out there that probably are very good and present a very clear image.
Thank you, Mr. President. Any other comments
President?
on the presentation? Yeah, go ahead, Commissioner Roberts.
Do we have any kind of with the other states or anything, do we have any statistics or anything that shows, is there any kind of scientific thing that in other states that have done this, that, the pros and cons of it? Is there any kind of, has there been any data that we could look at for this kind of stuff that would, whether crime increased, it didn't increase, or, what the outcome was on it?
President Brokaw, Commissioner Roberts. I would say there is probably some data. It's not jumping into the front of my mind right now on what exactly is available. I don't have that available to provide it or to reference for you right now. And many of the states that do allow this type of activity have different and varying degrees of allowances and requirements, but I don't have anything to provide to you right now. Sorry.
So I consulted with my director and my memory was correct. So in Wheatland, we did vote to table it. So when we get
in Gillette, Mr.
in Gillette,
President.
sorry. So to bring it forward to work it, we're going to bring it off the table before we reintroduce it. So as long as you still have questions for what Craig has presented, okay, but if you're ready to work it, the chapter, then let's bring it off the table and move it.
Sure, we can still have that conversation, I think, with Craig if I
Sure,
vote to
absolutely.
move this. So I'll vote to, or I move that the commission takes this chapter 2 general hunting regulations off the table.
Been moved. Is there a second? Second by Commissioner Jolovich. All those are in favor of the motion to come off the table, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Opposed.
Noted. Chapter's off the table. Is there a motion to approve chapter 2?
Mr. President, I have another question, if that's okay.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so Craig, I know that when you presented this, you said it was that you recommended that we pass this. You recommended that we pass this because the legislature told us that we had to pass this, or do you recommend that we pass this because everybody in the game and fish in the department thinks this is a really good idea and that they love this?
President Brokaw, Commissioner Bell. The answer to that is twofold. Number one, the legislature told us that the commission shall establish a rule. Now, what that rule looks like is up to the commission. So we are here because it's a statutory requirement for the commission to do that.
Thank you. I appreciate that. So I do have another question, maybe comment. When we talked about this in Gillette, we had significant conversation about it, and I expressed a desire to see maybe some regulation that showed what this would look like statewide if it was closed during, that this regulation was closed when there was a type 1, 2, or 3 license in that area. I know that would be probably fairly confusing because across the state, there's seasons open throughout the August 15th all the way through probably the end of November, maybe even into December in that. However, I still feel like this is probably the agreement that we got from legislators or legislator that this is what the intent of the legislature when they passed it was to keep it open most all of the year, whether there's type 1 license, type 1, 2, or 3 licenses available or not. Just, I mean, is that what your? It's not a great question, however. Go ahead.
Hold your thought just a second, Greg. So I want to go back to your last question that Craig answered very well, but I want to make it very clear for the record. So the department, and I'm not trying to in any way advocate either way for how the commission wants to go on this, but for the record, the department did not bring this to the legislature. The legislature, there was certain legislators or legislator that was interested in a bill that would provide this ability. And the culmination of that process of working through that bill was a directive to the department to go to you and promulgate a rule. Now, the bill didn't start that way. We asked for them to give the commission that authority as they worked the bill, and that's how it came out. So just want to make that very, very clear.
President Brokaw, Commissioner Bill, now I got to remember what your question was. I think the question was revolving around, the work that was done in the interim and your thoughts on the type 1 license and those seasons being exempt or being closed during those seasons. What I can tell you, and I wasn't part of the discussions, but Chief King did meet with the bill sponsor and Mr. Cole, and they went through those processes and those discussions on what it was. I can tell you from our internal consideration of the type 1 seasons and how variable they are by species across the state that we thought it would be very difficult for a typical hunter to understand when they could or couldn't use artificial light at night, where they were and how that was going to be implemented and enacted on the ground for our folks. And so I think part of those discussions moved away from that particular subject. If that answers your question.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Any other questions, discussion?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, or Mr. President, I have a couple questions, maybe. So what was the motion that we took from the table?
We just pulled chapter 2 off the table to work.
We tabled the whole thing.
We tabled
didn't.
the whole chapter.
Okay.
And so we just pulled it back to work it a formality. So now the chapter needs a motion to be worked and approved, or a motion to defeat it, or it can die from no motion, or whatever the pleasure of the commission is moving the chapter.
So, Mr. President, I think the question is the department's recommendation before for chapter 2 is what was the purpose for tabling that the whole chapter.
Yes.
So now you've brought it back onto the table and the department has a new recommendation.
Yes.
That's been presented. And so I think we should separate ourselves from that last one. Now, certainly any member of the commission could move that we go back to that recommendation again. That's at the purview of the commission. But I think the one we're on today is the recommendation Craig just made to the commission.
I agree. And I wanted to clarify that. I didn't want to complicate that. So what we're on today is the version with your recommendation of passing this chapter 2.
Correct.
Okay. We're all on the same page now.
Mr.
I just wonder if when we're commissioners are done, whether we need to hear from the public before we make any motions.
Yeah, I don't have an agenda item in front of me. Is there anyone online or?
Well,
while Wayne looks that up, go ahead, Commissioner Masterson.
Mr. President, what I appreciate the procedural struggle, but we brought off the table what was before us in Gillette. So I think that's, as we sit here, what's in front of us. Not this that's in our packet for today. I may be wrong, but
No,
that's,
I
I think that's.
you're right. So let me defer to the director for some help. How would you like us to clarify?
So
This.
if the commission decides that's where we're at, it's fine. Bottom line is that once you open this thing up and you put it back on the table, any recommendation is available to any commissioner to move. It could be the one that was presented in September. It could be the one that was presented today. It could be something completely different. That's at the purview of the commission. regardless of whether.
Okay. Are you comfortable with that, Commissioner Masterson?
I am, Mr. President. Thank you for clarifying.
Okay,
And if,
focus on that language is my recommendation.
and I'll just throw this out there that if it would be all right, Mr. President, that I would go ahead and move on this. And then we could put it up for discussion. Can we do that at this point?
Yes.
So I'm going to move that we accept chapter 2 with the outline on the aircraft, but we delete entirely the section 25 and strike that language altogether. So my motion would be to approve chapter 2 without section 21 and striking it in its entirety.
Okay, there's the motion. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Second by Commissioner Ladwick. Okay, discussion on that motion.
Mr. President.
Commissioner Bell.
Yeah, so I guess I'm Director Nesvik. You tell me what we were directed by the legislature to put something into regulation on this. So you want to just inform the commission on that again?
Yeah, absolutely. So when this was going through the legislative process, we certainly articulated concerns in the beginning as we visited in between meetings with the sponsor. One of the things that we told the sponsor we were that would make us more comfortable is if the commission was given the authority to promulgate rules around how the statute would be implemented. And so that's when the legislature added that amendment and it passed. Obviously, it made it into the final bill that directed the commission. They said the commission shall promulgate rules to enact this statute. Their intent was certainly that the commission do something broadly to allow this activity. I think we heard from the sponsor at the last meeting in public comment that he was interested in us being a little less restrictive than what was proposed in September. And that, following that comment, as well as some other public comment, that's what led to the tabling of the motion and us getting to where we are here today. I think that certainly the sponsor has made it clear to our staff that, you know, his intention is that if the commission doesn't approve a rule that's in line with what he believes the legislative intent was, that he'll bring another bill back.
And I'd like to speak on my motion a little bit. You know, I clearly seen from all the public comment that they were not in favor of this. And when it was first proposed to this commission, it was that there was very, very little support from the wardens or anybody in the department, as I recall, with no support from the public that I could really foresee, and no support from the department. I wouldn't be doing a job as a commissioner if I was to try not to strike this thing down. So that's my obligation that I'm going to fulfill with my motion. Thank you.
Mr. President,
Commissioner Masterson.
speaking to the motion, I'm used to seeing public comments to rules being 2 or 3. And the number of public comments to this surprised me. And the number of people who opposed this rule was overwhelming. So the message that I receive as a commissioner is people do not want this. So that's the first thing. The second is I perceive that there is an increased risk of poaching. There is an increased risk to the safety of individuals, of our wardens, of structures, vehicles by this. And I see difficulties in enforcing it for our wardens. It will still be legal to do this on private land, but on public land, I feel it's a risk that we should not be taking on. I respect the will of the legislature and the bill's sponsor. And he is doing what he feels is right and in accordance with what his constituents wish. And they have done their job. The department, in my opinion, has done its job, which is at the direction of the legislature, created a rule in good faith, put it out for public comments, done what they need to do. So I feel the department has done its job. My view of my role as a commissioner is to listen to the public comments, consider things in my experience, consider my duty as a commissioner and my obligation to the wildlife of this state and the safety of our citizens and the ability to protect a resource that we saw this last winter was decimated. I add these factors together and I just cannot support this. I will support the motion, but I just wanted my rationale to be clear to everyone, and they can rip me up, but that's my logic. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Masterson. Any other commissioners have a comment?
Mr. President.
Commissioner Bell.
Yeah, so I'm not going to support the motion, not because I don't agree 100% with what Commissioner Masterson, Commissioner Roberts talked about. However, I know that shall create regulation. I believe that we should put something in regulation, whether it's opening January 1st and closing January 2nd, or whether it's opening out the whole year. I think we should put something in regulation because we were told by the legislature we shall do that, and it's part of what we should do. I mean, I didn't like the first last meeting. I didn't like September 1 to open or close September 1 through December 31st, but I like it much more than the language I see here. So I'm not going to support the motion for not doing anything or striking the whole section 21. I think we should do something in there. So anyway, hopefully you understand why I'm doing what I'm doing.
Sure. I will go ahead, Commissioner Masterson.
I appreciate Commissioner Bell's comment, Mr. President, and I want to be clear. I am not suggesting that we ignore an explicit direction from the legislature to promulgate rules. And I probably came off that way, and I do not mean to imply that. I understand that it is a shall, but I cannot support this regulation.
Noted.
Thank you.
Chief Smith.
President Brokaw, I'm not sure how to proceed at this point. I want to make sure that the statute is clear. It sounds like there is some clarity there on what it directs the commission to do in establishing a rule and regulation. It does not give us a timeline for that to occur, but it does establish that the commission shall do something. In the event that the commission does not do something, then the statute does obviously take precedent. So I just wanted to make that clear.
Okay, so I heard you say that if we don't write regulation, the statute still stands. And the statute reads, there's night hunting.
That's my understanding. And if we need a legal interpretation of that, I think we could get that in executive session.
Okay.
If we need that.
Here's what I'm going to suggest, and I am not the smartest head at this table or this room, and I appreciate the power of the public. And I don't have any formal comment sheets now, but I'm going to open up if there's any public in the room that wants to speak to this for a few minutes and see what you guys think.
And Mr. President, just real quick, why, so, and it said shall, and I said strike chapter 2, new section 21. And I mean, that's not to say that they cannot come back. And on for the next one to revise some of that, I'm striking the chapter 2, new section as it is right there in front of me.
Yes, sir.
Okay, just so we're clear on that.
Mr. Cole, would you come forward, please?
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, thank you. I'll just be very brief in my comments. So first, I'd like to thank the department for visiting with me, with the Safari Club International, with the sponsor since we've last met. We did talk about these. We got a chance to look at the different recommendations. Our recommendation, of course, was to have a specific prohibition for hunters during those antlered hunts, basically. Upon listening to the concerns of the wardens who said they thought that would be difficult, their suggestion was a change of the dates. Well, again, that wasn't our preferred. We certainly respect that. And there was a commitment made by the sponsor and by those who were interested on our side and by the wardens to say, let's take another look at this in a year. And if there needs to be a change, let's make a change. We did in the interim between these two meetings, talk to the Attorney General of Montana, who of course allows hunting with thermal and night vision, not only for predators, but for also some trophy game animals. They haven't got any, they have had no prosecutions of violations in Montana in accordance with poaching. This according to the Attorney General of Montana, Austin Knudsen. The last thing I would like to say is that, the legislature, there's been discussion about the public comments that came in. I'd like to remind you that the legislature overwhelmingly passed this bill. It wasn't even close. There was one vote against this early in the process in committee. Then this bill flew through the legislative process with support from the legislature. Their constituents are the same people who write these comments, and I understand. I just want to share that, and then to note that we do think it's important that you guys maintain your rulemaking authority. As we mentioned previously, you could strike B and C, we believe, and you could comply with the requirements of the legislature in doing only that. But also, this law is in effect. It's been in effect since July 1st. We can't delay an executive branch cannot delay a law that was enacted by the legislature by deciding not to do what the legislature tasked them with. And so it's just a reminder that this, you can go hunt a predator on public land right now legally with thermal and night vision today in Wyoming. Thank you.
Thanks, DeFi. Is there any other public in the room that would like to comment?
Is this on?
It is, sir.
Okay.
If you'd identify yourself.
I'm
please, and go
Corey
ahead.
Nelson. I work for Gunrama Wholesale. I sell sporting goods wholesale throughout the whole state of Utah, Wyoming, part of Idaho. For your information, there is night vision that is so good. It's like looking at a TV nowadays. And the price of night vision has started coming down in price on the wholesale level as far as making it easier for people to get it. But I've watched a bunch of the shows and that, and I heard concern earlier about quality. And honestly, it's a $10,000 unit, but it can see like 500 yards and just like looking at a TV screen. So I understand your concern about poaching and that. And I think Mr. Cole has a good point. If there gets to be a problem, then we need to address it. But for now, I think it's okay. I know I didn't even hear about this till I talked to one of your game and fish people, and he had a cow. I thought he was going to stroke on me. So he wasn't very happy about it, but I support it. I'm pretty sure all my dealers support it that I sell to. Okay.
Thank you, sir. Craig, do you have anything to add before we go for a vote? Ben, are we doing okay?
President Brokaw, members of the commission, I don't have anything further to add at this point.
Any other discussion from the commission?
Mr. President, I could try this and see what happens with the commission, but I could try to amend the motion. In my amendment, I would move that we approve chapter 2 with an amendment to change October 1st to September 1st and change November 30th to December 31st, which would make it what we had last meeting. That would be my amendment. If it doesn't get a second, it doesn't pass, that's fine. I just want to make that amendment.
For my clarification, it's been moved to amend the motion to change October to September and November to December,
And 30 to a 31.
the 30 to a 31.
Correct.
Is there a second to that amendment?
I have a question.
Let me get a second. Then I'll clear
I'm
you
not
up.
seconding. I have a question.
Is there a second to that motion?
I'll second it so we can discuss it.
So noted. Thank you, Commissioner Ladwig. It's been moved and seconded. Yes, ma'am. Let's.
I'm gonna be all kinds of difficult
No, you're great.
and ask if we do, he's talking, do have question about the legality of something, do we have to go into full-blown executive session?
I need to defer to the director.
Yeah, I think so, just to be safe, and kind of depends on the nature of the question, but I think that if the commission's seeking legal advice, then yes, the right thing to do is to go into executive session.
Okay, and to make such a motion, there are now one motion on the table plus another seconded amended motion on the table.
So I don't know how we get.
So then how do I make a motion to go into executive session with 1.5 motions on the table?
You can make that motion at any time, and the commission can enter into executive session during any general session, even if there are things pending before the commission. So you could make that
I
motion.
am currently making that motion.
It's now moved to go into executive session. Is there a second? Second by Commissioner Drelovich. We're into executive session. Oh, I have to take a vote. Sorry. I was getting in a hurry. All those in favor of the motion to adjourn to executive session, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? No. We're into executive session until further notice. Further discussion on the amendment to the motion, the amendment being adding that section and those dates.
So, Mr. President,
Go ahead, Commissioner.
in light of some statutory things that we visited with, I truly believe in the section 21, it says hunting predatory animals with artificial light on or lighting devices, thermal or infrared imaging or other light imaging at night on public or state land. I don't believe that the statute that was written includes state land. And so I would like to strike state lands in my amendment. It just makes it consistent with what it says, with what the actual statute says. It doesn't actually include in the statute, it doesn't include state lands. So
Richard Ladwig made the second. Are you clear? Are you comfortable with that?
Yes.
Okay, further discussion on the amendment to the motion. Tony, you with us?
And that would be from 23-3-307H, which is what's referred to then. And we can get that to you. Yeah. And that would be and then I'm leaving the dates in the amendment the same. It would be September 1 through December 31.
Any more discussion? I'm gonna call for the question. All those in favor of the amended motion, say amendment to the motion, say aye.
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 Opposed? Okay, that amendment carries. Now we have an amended motion. Any further discussion on the amended motion? Hearing none. All those in favor to approve, say aye.
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 Opposed? That motion as amended passes. You have a chapter 2. We appreciate it. Item 14, landowner licenses.
You haven't blown the agenda at all. Red.
Good thing I had that half-hour buffer. Yeah.
President Brokaw, members of the commission, Director Nesbitt. This is a follow-up discussion. We've had multiple rounds with landowner licenses. Again, this was initially came before the commission as a recommendation from the Wildlife Task Force. And after the last meeting, we were asked to consider a couple different things. The first thing is what it would look like, and can we implement the definition of a significant interest and requiring a significant interest in order to qualify as a landowner applicant. And so the recommendation from the task force was someone who holds a significant interest in a corporation, partnership, trust, or limited liability company which owns real property, or is an immediate family member of the individual. And so the recommendation from the task force was a 20% definition that would require 20% of interest to be considered as a significant interest. A lot of discussion on that from many different people. What we landed on was basically a 10%. So a proposal from us that it doesn't require any action, but the department thinks that we can effectively implement this definition into the regs once we go through the APA process, that we can accommodate that within our landowner license application process online, and that we can be pretty comfortable that folks are going to have to sign an oath that they indeed have that 10% interest as required. So again, this doesn't none of this is going to require a vote, but I wanted to let you know and follow up that we did decide that we can implement that, or at least take it to the public for their consideration in one of our future Chapter 44 revisions as we take those to the public. Is there any questions on this particular topic? I see someone laughing over in the corner.
I assure you, I'm not making fun. It's more like, oh God. Mr. President, may I? Thank you. I'm curious why you went from 20 to 10.
President Brokaw, Commissioner Masterson, a lot of the discussion and recommendations from other testimony and previous meetings indicated that was a more reasonable amount that would allow larger families to at least ensure that their entire family member was eligible, and that they didn't have to restrict someone within the family by going to that percentage. There's probably maybe some instances where that's still not low enough, but we felt that was a good compromise in that percentage to take to the public. That allows us to take it out and have that conversation in a public forum. You're welcome. Okay, hearing no other questions. The other topic, and I don't have a slide on it, there was a request to consider by the department implementing a cap by hunt area for the total number of landowner licenses that might be allowed. That might be allowed per hunt area. And in reviewing the Wyoming statute that gives the authority to the commission to offer landowner licenses, and through consultation with our attorney representative, it's been determined that language would not allow us to implement a cap to landowners within each hunt area. The statute does require that landowner licenses are issued without being subject to competitive public issuance, and by implementing a cap, that we would be violating that language. So I don't hear any questions on that particular interpretation. So I will move on. There was a couple other asks of the department, specific from President Brokaw. You had questions about landowner coupons, the fee for landowner coupons. And in addition to that, whether or not we could allow moose to be included in the landowner coupon fee that landowners are eligible for. So just a quick slide. The answer to both of those questions is that both of those are contained in the legislature or in statute and would require a legislative change to go away from the $16 fee and to include moose on the landowner coupon remittance. So here's the copy of the Wyoming statute 23.3.105 with the species that are listed there in the statute, includes only antelope, deer, or elk, and that amount is $16 for each coupon from the antelope, deer, or elk license. So in order to change either the dollar amount per coupon or the species that are eligible, we would have to find someone in the legislature that was interested in taking that bill and that change and moving it forward. And in anticipation of questions about amounts and what a reasonable change in that coupon fee might be, I just pulled up some numbers from the 2021 year, just to give you an idea of the number of coupons that are remitted to the department and the total amount that came to for that particular year. $372,000 at $16 per coupon. So you can do math in your head or like me with your fingers and toes and decide how much of a fiscal impact that might create to the department if we went with a different dollar amount. I would also, just for your information, let you know that $372,000 and those total, the 23,000 coupons remitted, that's reflective of the number of licenses that we issue and the resource that we have available. And so you could look back 5 or 10 years ago and we were probably paying over $500,000 a year because we had higher antelope and deer numbers at those times. And so we had a lot more coupons being turned in. So it does vary. But in 2021, that was the approximate amount. Any thoughts or questions on those two or any of those?
Mr. President, Craig, what was the statute that said that the cap wasn't allowed? What is that numbers?
Yeah, that's 20. Let me find that for you. It's within the commission authority.
It's 23, 24.
Well, I thought I had it on there, but apparently I didn't.
I can find it for Craig.
If you want to look it up real quick, Director, thank you. Are there any other questions?
So I do have a question. What would be the appetite of the legislature with the request to change that 23.3.105? If we're going to ask for a addition of moose and an increase in landowner coupons, sensibly, it would make sense to me to have an increase in resident license fees. You'd ask that together. Do you ask for this without that?
President Brokaw, I think that would be a decision that needs to be made if we're at a point where we feel like we need to ask for an additional increase in resident fees, then perhaps it would be best in concert. I don't know the answer to that right off the top of my head. I don't know what the best request would be there. But I do think that specific to the landowner coupon fee, if we went that direction and asked someone to do that, I mean, it's money that comes out of the department or the commission, and so it doesn't affect any general fund or anything like that. So an appetite for someone to take that bill forward, I don't know. I think it would really depend on the year, and maybe a budget year isn't the time for that type of bill.
That's my thought, and I'm running ahead a little bit with elk populations and landowner appetite for elk. And I think an increase in landowner coupons, I'd like to see that done. Best way to do it, I don't know yet, but I'm gonna keep on that.
Fair enough.
Mr. President, I have one more question.
Commissioner Bell.
Back to the other, the cap and not able to do that because it's got to be a non-competitive. I know that's been an extremely rare case, but in the past, we've had a few areas that we didn't issue as many non-resident landowner licenses as that were applied for. And so how is that I mean, I'm not sure how we got around that.
President Brokaw, Commissioner Bell, I think that's a really fair question. And what I would say the answer to is the key part of the statute that says is competitive public issuance. And so now we're not restricting the public. They're not competing with the public because all of those licenses go directly to landowners, even though some of them may not receive them, if that makes sense.
It does make sense. It brings up another question, I guess, for me. We've had some discussion about, in areas that are over objective to just allow those. Do we still have the discretion to allow landowner licenses? I guess more of them than when we're over objective, just allow those on top of what the quota is.
And President Brokaw, Commissioner Bell, I think that the language does allow us to consider other options, just not restricting further.
Any other questions for Greg? While Brian's looking that up, you can think of more questions.
So President Brokaw, members of the commission, Commissioner Bell, it's under powers and duties of the commission. It's statute 23-1-302 and then subsection H.
Thank you for that. Appreciate it.
Anything else from me, Mr. President?
Yeah. So since our last meeting, I've had several conversations with landowners in my region. And here's what I hear from landowners. And I want to know how not how we're going to, but I guess digest it through the commission and maybe we can come up with some more directives to the department. Landowners want to come back to a landowner license is a reward for agriculture production that produces good wildlife habitat. So landowners want, my physical ranching people want a landowner license to be truly an eligible applicant needs to be in production ag in the state of Wyoming. Can we clean that up? How do we clean that up? How do we identify that? Something you don't have to answer now, a question I have. The other thing I remember we had a lot of conversation about was how do we include, and there's a lot of people that want to reward the good old ranch manager that's been there for 20 years. Have we got a solution for that? We had some language last time from the task force, but I think it got complicated. So when we get to, go ahead.
Yeah, so that actually was brought to the commission and the commission rejected that idea. We talked extensively about it at September. And remember, Mr. McGagnon wasn't able to come and I kind of gave his perspective based on his written comment about the why, and the commission at that time wasn't interested in taking it up.
Okay, so go ahead.
Oh, I just say, I think that, as I recall, that I made a motion and then we passed to exclude the ranch managers. But I might I thought that was already taken care of, is what I was saying, but I
Okay,
got it.
and we probably did take care of it.
We didn't pass anything on that.
Mr. President, so we were not voting on anything at the last commission meeting. This was information from the task force. We just had a kind of an agreement from the commission whether you would direct us to do further work on that. And the information from that was to not do further work on it at that time, but there was no formal vote taken.
You're right, I stand
Yeah,
corrected.
okay,
Thanks.
so I'm obviously being the landowner's advocate here for landowner licenses. And the task force didn't like and have the decision made on any type of scaled number of landowner licenses available to ag operations based on size. I would like the commission to revisit that. And how we have that discussion and when we have that discussion, you know, I turn to you guys. But landowners in my region feel pretty strong about that. So Tony,
Mr. President,
remind me, bring me your thoughts. Or not Tony.
my wife's name's Tony, but anyway.
Commissioner Bell.
You looked at Tony and I looked at you and said Tony's name.
All right,
I really
so
think of you.
I mean, I think honestly, Craig's telling me that we can't have a cap on things really throws a monkey wrench into this, because I think all along that the real hindrance on moving forward with, you know, having a ranch manager and having more siblings and all those things really hinges on having a cap. I mean, the number of landowner licenses are going up, and it's going to keep going up. And so as long as there was a cap, I think, you know, you really were okay with, I think the task force was okay with some of those things. You throw in the fact that you're going to take limited quota licenses now off the table, the more and more landowner licenses you put out there, I just think you're going to find out from the public they're not going to like it. That's just my thought on that. Go ahead.
I agree with you. The public's not gonna like it. But I'm advocating for landowners that, and I'm Southeast Wyoming, and they're wearing out with the process, the numbers, the access, and so I'm looking for a reward to engage them. That's not monetarily, we don't have that, but some type of engagement to keep them as our best partner. Director, please.
So and they'll help me out if I mess this up. There's 4 task force members in this room right now, but we had a long discussion about the scaled landowner licenses, and Commissioner Bell brings up a great point about, you know, many of the task force members, their support for that kind of thing was hinged on a cap. But when we went down that road and had a lot of discussion and a lot of public comment on scaling landowner licenses, it was pretty clear that there wasn't support to do that from the task force anyway. There was public support on both sides of it. We wrote a definition, actually we had an attorney write a definition of landowner license qualified landowner license applicant being engaged in production agriculture. And that went into a big, long discussion. And then, you know, I think the counterpoint that might have put that to bed was the argument that a person who doesn't necessarily make their living in production agriculture, they may have a few cows, but they're providing a lot of habitat for wildlife. Why would you not provide them with a landowner license when they're doing good things for wildlife?
Yeah.
And so that was the counter that I think a lot of the task force members heard. And I'm seeing an up and down head nod from both of the members in the audience. So.
Well, and Mr. President and Director Nesbitt, I mean, in some of those areas, you're talking mostly elk, right? That are over objective. I mean, go back to what maybe I mentioned earlier. If we just decide we want to give those landowner tags to those folks and make that broad and change some of those things, if those herds are over objective, maybe that's something but if they're not over objective, I think you're just going to, you're going to take more of those type 1 licenses and distribute them amongst more landowners, as that continues to rise. And I just think it's gonna, it's gonna get very little public support.
And I do not want to task the department with things they've already done and this slow us down. I guess, and maybe landowner licenses isn't the vehicle to use to help those guys. So
Well, and
I recognize that.
yeah, and Mr. President, I think landowner licenses typically and always are type 1 licenses, or, I think you're maybe talking something totally different if you're going to scale things up and give them in over objective things, give landowners some cow tax, as long as they're non-transferable. You'd probably be okay with, more type 6 or 7 or something like that. But if they're landowner licenses only.
Yeah, and I certainly non-transferable, and they're not for sale. It's truly a reward system for the work they do. Craig, what else?
President Brokaw, I don't have anything else. I don't know if you had any public commenters on this
I do.
landowner license topic,
I
but
do.
I don't have anything further for you.
Any more questions from the commission? Okay, we do have public comment. Mr. Reinhardt.
Thank you. Commissioners, Director Nesvik, it's been a pleasure watching the proceedings today, and it's been a long time since I've appeared before the commission. In late August, I directed a letter to each one of you and several Wildlife Division employees with my concerns on a couple things in Chapter 44 governing the issuance of licenses. My number one concern was that portion of the regulation which prevents a landowner from obtaining a limited quota license when there is a general season for that same species. And in this case, we're talking about at my ranch, okay, in Goshen County, Area 15, where the department has seen fit to have a late whitetail license, whitetail season, whitetails only. It's a 15 type 3. There is a general season from October 1st through October 14th, where you can hunt whitetail deer. That provision limits me or any other landowner in that area from procuring that late whitetail license. Now, being a rancher, and many of you can equate to this, October 1st through the 14th, we're busy with cattle operations. We're preg checking. We're sorting cattle for shipment. We're weaning calves. We're preconditioning. We've got 3rd and 4th cutting alfalfa still in the field. We're getting ready to harvest corn. It's not a good time for me or anybody else like that to go hunting. It just isn't. We can't take time to do it. And as you know, the last few seasons has been 90 degrees a lot of those days, okay? And I'd ask that you take a look at that section in the license regulations, which prevent landowners from obtaining that particular type of license. I did receive a letter, a very, very cordial letter from Wildlife Division Chief Rick King, outlining the department's stance on these things. It's very clear in Chapter 44. And as I read Chapter 44, which I've done many times, I see that some of the verbiage in there is still mine because I wrote it. I was the license section manager for 15 years. So I'm very familiar with how the process works, okay? The second item that I pointed out in that letter was one that prevents somebody from getting a full price license, okay? When they're can't, they can't get around to buying one, okay? It's difficult to say best. In that sense, there was, Rick pointed out that there was 800, almost 900 people who purchased two licenses. They purchased the limited code license and then went in and purchased a full price license. We don't know how many of those people used that limited code license or used the full price license. But you would assume that the availability of purchasing those two licenses prevented somebody else that really wanted that license from obtaining it through the drawing process. And I'm sure you all read that letter that I sent to you. And I just asked that you would, and you're talking about landowners now, the department forever has stressed, and today we heard it several times in here about landowner participation. The department has always stressed landowner cooperation, and without the private landowners and their wildlife associated activities, it would be different for the department if we didn't have that. And I think to prevent landowners from obtaining licenses in this case, it just is contrary to what the department has always professed. So I would ask humbly that you take a look at these things, okay? And possibly change that portion of the regulation. Questions?
Mr. President,
Questions, Commissioner Bell, go ahead.
thank you, John. And I pulled up your email and interestingly enough, the exact sentence that I just wrote down from the statute is exactly what Mr. King had given you. And it's exactly what I was just contemplating, that we should ask for a change in the statute, but that would put a cap on licenses is the same one that keeps us from issuing a type 3 license in an area that is a general area. So it's interesting. You and I are on the same page on this for sure. So
Director, why is that the case? How did that come about?
It precedes me for sure. It's been that way for a long time. The last time the commission took this issue up was in 2008 or 9. And the time it revolved around non-resident landowners. And so we had non-resident landowners who had ranches in areas that had both a general and a limited quota season, and the limited quota season started before the general season. And this was over in Western Wyoming out of Pinedale. And essentially what would happen is if a landowner put in through the competitive drawing because they couldn't receive a limited quota license because there was a general season later, that then they didn't get any elk license at all. And so the commission changed the chapter 44 at that time to say that if a non-resident landowner puts in for a type 1 license, type 2 license, and does not receive it, they can receive a non-resident general. The reason that only applied there is because a resident can do that anyway. Resident can just go buy a general over the counter, whereas a non-resident cannot buy a general license over the counter. That's the last time the commission addressed this. And before that, it was a long time ago. And I don't know why it was that way in the beginning.
Okay. Questions from the commission? Mr. Bell.
Yeah, Mr. President, I'd be interested to see what maybe Craig and his team, knowing the intent of what this says and what the what the statute says, what would be a recommended language change that would work, that we could take to somebody and ask that be changed. I'd be interested in seeing something like that. It's probably fairly simple, but nothing's ever simple with legislature.
President Brokaw, Commissioner Bell. Yeah, I think we'd have to take a little bit of time to see what that would look like if we were going to suggest a change in that language to accomplish it. I would just add to what Director Nesvik mentioned earlier about kind of the history of this, is it's always kind of been, from my knowledge, predicated on licenses being totally limited in number. And so when non-residents had this claim, they were limited in number because they didn't have the opportunity to get a general. Those were limited in number for them, even if they were a non-resident general. So at that time, when the changes were made, it was made for non-residents, but didn't apply to the residents because of that.
Mr. President, this would also address a change in this would allow, I think, more flexibility under a cap system to allow ranch hands, to allow those kind of, allow more of that stuff, as long as the sportsman knew that there was going to be a cap on that landowner license given. I mean, I think that this might have some benefit in other ways too. Just my thought.
I appreciate that, Commissioner Bell. I'm thinking the same way. I'd like to hear from more commissioners, and Director, remind me, if we direct the department to work a chapter 44, just what does that entail? Because now we're going to go back to the public, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, you could tell us to do one of two things. You could tell us to go do some research and come back to talk to you about what it would entail and what it would mean and what some language might look like. Or you could direct us to go ahead and promulgate a rule that would allow that. Craig, help me out. I think the commission could do the change that Mr. Reinhardt's talking about without any statutory changes. I do know that the statute change would be necessary for Commissioner Bell.
That's where I'm at.
And so one would be tell the department to promulgate a rule. Another would be to tell the department to go pursue a sponsor for a statute to make a change to the language that prohibits us from having any kind of a cap. And you don't have to tell us. You got two options on the regulation side of things. You can tell us to research it and come back, or you can just tell us to go promulgate a rule right now, and that would mean the public process.
Okay. Questions, comments from the commission? I think we're in the investigative stage on the regulation. I don't think the department should start promulgating a new rule. I would like to see the department go and work about a recommendation for a solution. That addresses your concern.
Yes, thank you very much. This has been, through my history with the department, this landowner thing has been there forever. I mean, we have struggled over this issue from time one in the department, and I think it needs some clarification.
Thank you for your comments.
You bet. Thank you.
Now on Commissioner Bell, make sure you're happy. You're talking a statute change with caps and stuff. So probably not the right session to start that, but I don't think we should let this get away from us.
Probably not, but I think we can, Mr. President, I agree. I think that they can look at that and see what a recommended change to that would look like. I mean, that's all I would ask. I mean, I realize it's not up to probably the department to bring something to the legislature, but certainly
We
an
should start a
individual
strategy.
can.
I think we should start a strategy.
So as far as, looking at ideas for a new rule, we've got a lot of iterations of 44, got a lot of changes, and we bring 44 usually once to twice a year anyway. I think a reasonable timeline for us to come back with some ideas is like the March meeting. That's 2 meetings away. So not the January meeting, but the March meeting. And then, if we've taken direction from the commission before to go and pursue working the legislative process to develop a new statute, we're glad to do that if that's the will of the commission. we've done it before and both successfully and unsuccessfully, so.
Any other questions on the issue? Okay,
Mr. President?
yes.
What what was your pleasure on the as far as landowner tags, as far as the compensation? Where did you ever land on that one? As far as
Craig kind of left that open. My understanding is it takes a legislative change to change the value. You're talking the value of the carcass coupon. That would take statutory change, so we'd have to find a supporter, a carrier, get draft legislation and go. And then we kind of left it open about the strategy of when and how to do that. So we could have that discussion more thorough now.
Mr. President, I was just wondering what your pleasure was on that and what direction you were gonna go.
I would like to see moose added to landowner coupons, and I would like to change the value from $16 to $25. Because I've heard time and again that $16 isn't worth my effort. And in a conversation I had with somebody that said that, I said, well, what if it was 25 or 30? And he said, now you've got my attention, because 4 of those will fill up my pickup. 4 of those I can take my wife to dinner. And I just wonder if that's a cheaper way of, not a cheaper way, if that's an easier way of goodwill efforts with landowners.
One thing I might propose here for the commission to consider is that, you know, I've told the legislature this, I've told at least the TRW committee this, that we're going to have the discussion on a fee increase here in the next couple of years. And I think the appropriate time to discuss changes to coupon values and dealing with anything with coupons is at a time when we're having a discussion on fee costs. Because one of the things that always concerns me is it's not a lot of licenses, but you can end up in a situation where the cost of the license is less than the coupon. So you're actually paying to issue somebody a license in the, like as an example with youth.
Yeah.
I'm not necessarily opposed to that, but it is kind of weird to
Yeah, and we don't want to get
give
ourselves
somebody
into
more
some-
money than what the license cost. So I think the appropriate time to have the discussion with the legislature is at the same time we're discussing fees. And like I said, I do think that discussion is going to happen in the next couple of years. I think, actually, I think the timing is next year, during the interim session is going to be the appropriate time to have that discussion. So.
And I would agree with that. I think it's time to have a discussion about resident fee. And I would put the two together, I guess, Craig. That would be the appropriate way to do that. Anything else on landowner licenses? I didn't feel much traction for my suggestions, so. We didn't give the department any more direction. Is there any other direction we'd like to give them on landowner licenses at this time?
Well, Mr. President, I'm still extremely open to any suggestion or how you would do that, or whether it's just on the department's direction, but on these over objective areas. And obviously we're talking about elk, but these over objective areas, the addition to, you know, just give those landowner tags in addition to the quota. I'm perfectly fine with that. I think most people probably are perfectly fine with that. Maybe the department's not, but I would love direction on that. And if that's something that we could implement quicker, I'd be all for that.
Well, I would kick it to Craig. I think it would be through a chapter 56. Like is that not?
No,
is that not
President
what you're
Brokaw
talking-
and Commissioner Bell, I think what I'm hearing is the issuance of landowner licenses above and beyond any of the established quotas for the public. So basically a landowner specific quota in hunt areas that are within a herd unit that's over objective. We can, we can certainly look at that. I don't know how far we've dove into that yet. There are some considerations that we'll have to work through for sure, but we could certainly try to provide an update at some point. Obviously, it's too late now to affect anything for the upcoming season because our application period will start here soon. But we can certainly work on something like that in the interim and get back to you if that's acceptable. Just tell you what it would maybe look like and what those implications might be.
Yes.
Would the March timeline with our other requests be doable for you, Commissioner Bell?
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's probably as quick as we can do that.
Yeah.
Okay,
That'd be fine.
Appreciate it.
very good. Thank you.
Moving on. Any public that added on, Wayne, for that? Any public in the room that wants to speak to landowner licenses? Oh my, ladies first. Not that, but
I'll be brief. I just wanted to say, in regards, Mr. President, to your discussions around the landowner coupon, the fee increase, the addition of moose. I think there's a very realistic world in where that packages into a bill that also includes the resident fee increase. I know this is going to be scary, but I'm going to go out on a limb and say this has been talked about. It's starting to be heard in within the NGOs. I think it's starting to be heard within an appetite within resident hunters. So giving it time, I think the interim session makes a ton of sense. Even in, I would almost even say even budget session 2026 makes sense sometimes but to give it that time, I think we will find more support than we maybe would have some years past. I certainly know that our organization would stand in support of that. I think it's good sense, especially with where our inflation has gone and what we're looking at as a future down the road for wildlife and wildlife funding. And packaging in that into the landowner coupon increase, I think makes sense because you come from a resident hunter and then you have a landowner coupon increase as well. And I think there's some good balance, especially in talking points and messaging there. And then I think the addition of moose just makes sense. It seems like there's an appetite for it, and I don't think there should be much of a reason against it, at least from the public hunter's perspective. I'm certain I'm going to get some phone calls over this, but I think it's time that we go out on a limb and we say that we'd support resident fee increases. It's time, and I think it makes sense in this world.
thank you. My interest in the moose coupon is with the shift in moose from northwest Wyoming to the Snowy Range. We're killing more moose on private land. And it's just equitable to include those guys.
Yeah, I think it's good sense,
Yep.
but thank you. Yeah.
Thank you.
President Brokaw, Director Nesbitt, member of the commissions, Lee Livingston, Park County Commissioner, outfitter, and Recovering Wildlife Task Force member. Mainly commenting on a couple of points that were brought up. It is disappointing to hear that we can't institute a cap on these. It was discussed at length. It was supported by the task force to put a cap on how many of these landowner licenses can be issued in an area. Because when I get people calling me up saying, why are there more landowners out there, licenses out there than residents can get a hold of? There was a lot of folks, I said, again, very vocal about that. And we talked at length about it with the task force. So again, that's disappointing. If it is statutory, I would urge the department to pursue a statutory change. Also, the point of if there's an over objective area and just putting those commissioner tags above, landowner tags above and beyond that, it makes all the sense in the world. There's no reason not to do that. And I hope it's something that the department can move forward with. And with that, I will stand for questions.
Very good. Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Livingston?
Oh, one last comment. Can we add goose to the landowner coupons too, please? Just, throwing it out there.
Why not?
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Lee. Any other public comment on 14? Okay, we're going to move on to 15. Nathan Lindsay. Habitat and Access. The Ellis Wildlife Habitat Management Area Grazing Plan.
Yeah. Mr. President, members of the commission, Director Nesbitt, I want to take the opportunity to introduce Nathan Lindsay. Nathan's our Sheridan Region Habitat and Access Coordinator. So he's kind of responsible for all the majority of the on-ground management of all the commission-owned lands in the Sheridan region. So he's going to present to you today the grazing plan for the Ellis WHMA that the commission purchased just last year, not long after Nathan just started with us. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to him and let you guys get after it. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief Bibby, for that introduction. Commissioners, President Brokaw, Director Nesvik, thank you for allowing me to come up here. I'd like to present to you today the grazing plan for Ellis WHMA. So a little background on Ellis. I'm sure you guys are well aware of it by now. Purchased in the fall of 2022 for providing big game hunting opportunities, public access, all while retaining grazing use of this land. Ellis WHMA provides a high quality hunting and fishing opportunities throughout this unique area. It's in the southern southwest portion of our region, along the southern tip of the Bighorn Mountains. You can find high quality fishing there from Sullivan Creek, which bisects the property, as well as the Middle Fork of the Powder River. If you guys have not had an opportunity yet to come check out this area, you really should. So you can see the WHMA is located there at the red access point on the map. There's several areas to get there. It's pretty remote, and this leads into who might be interested in grazing this in the future. For me, it's a 2.5 hour travel from Sheridan to get down there. It's rough country, and I take that red route down the spine of the Bighorn Mountains, down the Hazelton Road. For folks that are in the southern portion, Casper, west portion of Wyoming, you can get there via either US Highway 20 or I-25, taking the blue routes or the green routes up through Waltman, Arminno, Bighorn Mountain Road onto the Hazelton Road, or a myriad of roads coming off the Midwest exit. All of those are going to take you about 2.5 to 3.5 hours to get there. So it's remote. Folks that are going to be interested in grazing this area are most likely going to be neighbors. There might be some from outside of that local area that are interested, but we can discuss that. The pink route, the shortest route, and for most folks, I recommend that's how you get there. Go to Tin Sleep. You have about 20 miles of pavement from Tin Sleep, and then 10 miles of county road going up onto the spine of the mountain. So it's the shortest, fastest route for just about everybody. Even for myself, if we're trying to save time and money, I can drive all the way over the mountain to Tin Sleep from Sheridan and still be there faster than going down the red route, which is the most direct route most would think. So grazing plan. We want to manage this area for areas that are free of livestock during parturition. It's a known parturition area for elk. In the photograph, you can see cattle grazing. This was just this past grazing season. That ridge in the background is a major parturition area for elk. It's also essentially the north boundary of the property. We want to improve plant vigor and get some of that decadent herbaceous cover out of there to help improve the vegetation and production of this land. You could use other, tools other than grazing, fire, mechanical things like that, but it's often, very expensive, not cost effective, and it takes a lot of manpower to do some of those. So livestock's a great way to get some of that improvement across the land. We want to maintain adequate winter habitat, forage for elk, deer, antelope, any species that may be up there during those transition months. This is area that's used during the summer as well as transitioning into the fall. The Edo Taylor WHMA is a short distance to the east and just out of sight on this photograph. So it's more of a transition area for a lot of these animals. We want to allow 500 animal units of livestock to graze this allotment. This area is steeped in history. It's been grazed and homesteaded by several families. I had the opportunity of meeting Pinky Ellis shortly before he passed away and before we finalized everything with this purchase. I wish I was able to write down some of that history prior to that, but I was unable to. But it's been homesteaded by several families. it makes sense to keep this as part of, you know, the history of the area moving forward. So our lessee under this grazing plan, they'd be allowed to graze from June 15th to August 25th. I chose those dates mainly based off of the weather. It takes sometimes until June 15th for that road to even open up. Often you might get there by June 1st, but this year with the amount of snow and cover that we had, it was June 15th before I was even able to make it there. And then August 25th is an end date, mainly to give some time between the time when cattle come off of there and hunters come on September 1st for archery hunting. It gives things a little bit of time, you know, to calm down. So we would do this through an RFP. It's going to be sent out to interested parties. We're asking for 5 years with 5-year renewal. We do that so that it gives those folks some incentive, you know, to give back and put something into the land. Short leases, folks are just going to take what they want. And that's not always the best practice. We will ask that payment be made through area improvement projects, AIPA, and that would be determined by us each year. If you're not familiar with those, instead of taking in payment, we take in suggestions from either the lessee or things that we need as a department to help maintain and manage those properties. So we will ask for, say the value is $10,000. We'll ask for $10,000 of gravel, culverts, $10,000 worth of wildlife friendly fencing to convert all of our fences on this property, things like that. So there are some BLM allotments within the LSWHMA. LSWHMA is approximately 3,400 acres. 2,900 of it is deeded. The remaining is BLM. It connects to thousands of other acres of BLM and state lands, which is one of the main selling points, I believe, for us to purchase this. It opened up a lot of public access and opportunities in this area. So we're going to work closely with the BLM. They have strict guidelines, and we'll make sure that we are saving, you know, first and foremost, enough forage for wildlife. Grazing will always come second, depending on time of year. Whether we're in a drought, whether we have lots of moisture, those numbers can change, and we can go through that here shortly. The LSWHMA is roughly split into 2 pastures. The west pasture is slightly smaller than the east pasture. It gives us about 30 to 40 days grazing total in each of those. So it's not a giant property. It's going to be for your smaller operators. And the southern end of the property is a little difficult because essentially it is the Middle Fork of the Powder River is the boundary, and it's not fenced. So that will be something we'll be working on in the future. So improvements that we have made so far, we've installed cattle guards between the pastures and the boundary fences. We had a little bit of a issue and hiccup with our lessee. We had to retain the old lessee moving forward into this past summer's grazing and finish out their lease when we purchased it. Some of those gates got left open. Cows got out. So first thing we did this spring was put in cattle guards between all the pasture fences so that we don't have that issue. We installed north and south parking lots and marked boundary fences. In the left-hand photograph there, that's our north parking lot overlooking Sullivan Creek. It's small. It's a truck parking lot only. No trailer traffic allowed at this point. The photograph on the right is our large parking lot on the south entry. It's big enough for roughly 10 horse trailers and trucks to get in there. And take off from there on foot to go hunt. Habitat area boundary sides have been marked. A lot of these fences were fenced for convenience. So that's one improvement we want to work on going forward, whether that's with area improvement projects through our lessee or with funding from ourselves or outside NGOs as well. A lot of the fence is woven wire, so it's not wildlife friendly, and it's at the top of our list of things to get converted as time moves on. This is a map of LSWHMA. The green is our boundary. Everything else marked in there is the road system that's currently in place. We have 3 in holdings. One was retained by the past owners. That's the one on the bottom right-hand side there. The two parking lots were established as soon as you leave BLM property on those green routes going into the deeded of the game and fish property. Yellow is going to be temporary seasonal closures. We wanted to do this to try and give wildlife a chance to hang up in this property so that folks can get in there and recreate and actually harvest and try to have a better harvest rate in this area on those animals. So we've decided to close those from September 1st through December 31st, and it'll be horse and foot traffic only leaving those parking lots. The roads in red are fairly treacherous. There's a lot of resource damage already occurring on them, so we're leaving those closed to administrative use only at this point. Fences are marked in purple. You can see the two pastures. You can see there's not much on the southern boundary other than the middle fork of the Powder River. The two main access roads are marked in yellow, and the reds are the seasonal closures that will go to fishing access points that will get you down to Sullivan Creek or the middle fork of the Powder River. During those seasonal closures, September 1st, December 31st, of course, no one will be in there but horse or foot traffic for hunters. The rest of the year, it's open to travel on any of the two tracks for recreationists or fishermen alike. So with that, I'd like to take any questions and ask for you guys' approval in approving the LSWHMA grazing plan.
Any questions?
Just one, Mr. President. Thank you for that's a great presentation. I was reading Commissioner Masterson's mind and he was worried about the fishing. Is the fishing really that good down through there?
It's fantastic. So I was fortunate enough to work last summer and this summer with our fisheries crew. Last summer was one of the projected years to electroshock middle fork of the Powder River, which happens to be in the center of that last photograph there where Gordon Creek's. So the quality and quantity of fish that you will find in that section placed it in the blue ribbon category of fishing. We were shocking fish anywhere from 10 up to 18 inches in that section. Paul Mavrakis, our wildlife fishery supervisor here in the Shedden region, him and I set up some shocking stations on Sullivan Creek this year. And we were really surprised to find that there was fish in the up to 12-inch range, brook trout and rainbows. So for such a tiny stream, it has fantastic potential for fishing.
I hope coming summer I'll be able to evaluate the resource. If I may, Mr. President. Certainly. Just one quick question. Any feedback, opposition, anything to the grazing plan?
Commissioner Masterson, as of right now, we have not had any opposition to the grazing plan at all. There's always going to be folks that want things wide open, but protect the resource, protect the wildlife, give folks opportunity to get in there and harvest animals. I feel that we have a really good plan in place right now as far as access, and then as far as moving forward with the grazing plan as well. To give you guys a little bit of background, the old operators in there ran approximately 1,800 animal unit months of grazing on the ranch. This last summer, we only allowed 750. We backed those numbers down. I felt that there was times that certain places within the property were overgrazed. Some of them were completely untouched. We had a phenomenal year with moisture, so that makes things different. I chose 500 to back those numbers down to see how things go. Depending on weather, things like that, we can always increase, but we can't go backwards. So I felt that was a conservative number to give us a good start on this.
Any other questions? Department's recommendation is a due pass. What's the pleasure of the commission?
Mr. President, I move to approve the department's proposal for the grazing plan in Ellis Wildlife Habitat Management Area.
Been moved by Commissioner Bell. Is there a second? Commissioner Lundvall has the second. Is there any discussion? Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Good job. I thought it was an excellent plan.
President Brokaw, Director Nesvik, members of the commission, thank you very much.
Okay. We have last call to the public. I do have some sheets here. I'm gonna pick Corey Nelson first. Is Corey here or is Corey online? Corey's coming. I'm sorry, Corey. I didn't see you stand up.
Pretty small. You guys probably might not know, but we've got a major problem down in southwest Wyoming. Flaming Gorge is our major fishery down there. Since I work for a wholesaler, I wholesale almost everybody in that area, their fishing tackle. And fishing has been terrible at the gorge this last year. So essentially the fishing is crashing and it's costing my customers are on average 25% down in sales. So that's costing us tax money, gas revenue money, license money for the state of Wyoming. I don't know what to recommend. I went to the meeting they had at the Green River a few weeks ago, and there was a lot of good theories on there why the fishery is crashing. But the biggest problem is you have too many burbot, too many baby lake trout, trying to get those removed so the kokanee will come back. I don't know if you know this, but you have people come from California, Oregon, Washington, Montana, Colorado. The whole West comes there to fish, or has in the past came there to fish for the kokanee. And it's major issue as far as people are just not happy. They're driving all the way from California and they spend a week there and they might catch one or two fish. I know Rob's working on some plans, but I know he potentially could use some help from you guys. I don't know what you can do, but it's such a real problem that it's costing everybody money, the retailers money, it's costing the state of Wyoming money and the game and fish money because license sales are going to decrease. You're not going to have the reciprocal stamp sales and all that kind of stuff. Plus you have your taxes off the fishing tackle. I don't know what that is. It's 10% with shooting sports. I think it's 10% on fishing tackle, but all that's getting to be a real problem. So I hope you can talk to Rob or see if there's something you can do to help that situation out. Thought you should know. So.
Thank you. I know the department's working on it.
Yeah.
Commissioner Roberts, do you have something?
Well, I just say that I know Chief Osterland and it's a daily conversation with the department on Flaming Gorge. And I know it's at the highest levels that Chief's working on it daily. And it is a perplexing, it's pretty complex problem. I understand what Rob was talking. I was at the same meeting also. So it's as high as level as we can get it with Chief. So
I'm sure you were aware, but I just didn't know if you knew how bad it was. So. Couple more points. I've been kind of out of touch, but I know there was changes. You were talking about changes on the point system, and I hope you're not considering changing that because I have a friend that's got 27 sheep points. My son drew his sheep tag this year with 22 points. So the system works, but I know the people don't have all the points are pissed off. They ain't got a chance of drawing a sheep tag. I've only got 15. My youngest son has 19. Where are you at on that? Have you just made any decisions on the point system change?
We haven't, Director, where?
Yeah, there's a bill that went to the legislature and it did not pass.
Good. Okay.
It's status quo still.
One last thing. I pulled my retailers this last couple of weeks. I knew I was going to come see you today. There's a major problem. A lot of the old people like to have a regulation in their hands, and I'm old. I have my smartphone, but I hate going to the website because it's just not easy. In years past, just so you know, I've owned a store in Utah. I've owned a store in Wyoming. I have bought advertising in the regulations, and I'm perplexed how come now that Seattle Times is doing the regulations, why there's not enough money in the advertising to print more regulations. Because back when Liberty Press did it, back when I advertised, there was plenty of regulations. You didn't have all these issues. And I know during COVID, they said there was not enough paper. Well, shit, I can't imagine Seattle Times doesn't have enough buying power to have some paper to print our regulations. And I was told we actually had to print them locally because Seattle Times couldn't do it. So I'm asking you potentially to look at some changes there because my retailer's getting complaints from customers. They'll get a case of 50 in a big store, they'll be gone in like 3 or 4 hours. So then your division offices will send them to the retailers. The retailers don't have any regulations to hand out and people are pissed off. You can't afford to have your customers more mad at you than they are right now. So that's my 3 things. So
Thank you. We hear that.
any
about
questions? I mean,
regulations.
I'm going to try to come to the meetings more often and I moved up here 27 years ago and in Utah used to be kind of liaison between the retailers and the division down there. So I kept them in the loop and I'll try to commit to help keep you guys in the loop because I don't think anybody's doing that. So you don't hear some of the stuff that I hear. So
We probably don't.
any questions?
Any questions for Corey today? Very good. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Next I have Tim Marshall.
Appreciate the opportunity to come here and speak. I'd like to speak for a moment. What Corey talked about, just a moment. On Flaming Gorge issue. We have just from my experience, I'm kind of a rubber meet the road kind of guy, but there's a big issue on YouTube. You've got all these people, they get out here and they have these shows, fishing shows and things like that. And the next thing you know, they'll show what they've done and what they've caught and all of these things at Flaming Gorge. And before you know it, you've got people coming from all over. And of course they're going to call themselves conservationists or whatever they might be. But when you're pulling kokanee salmon out of 80 foot of water and you release it, it's going to die. That's the reality of it. You're going to have population declines just from people being nice. They're catching all these fish and they catch numbers of these fish and then they release them back into the water. They've already blown their bladders out. They're going to die. There needs to be something done locally saying, okay, limit this down. You can't be pulling all these fish out of this deep water and they're just putting them back in. They're going to die. You haven't accomplished anything, especially for the resource. That's just an opinion. Now on to the other thing is on the regulations as far as having them in paper form. I'll mention that one time, charge $1 or $2. I think the residents would pay it. I don't think they have any problem with that. I really don't. That's just an opinion also. Now to the original reason that I'm here. Area 78 for antelope. Back in years past, Area 78 for doe antelope, it was open to the entire area. And it's quite a large area from Grable to Cody, mostly on one side and part on the other side up to Road 30 over towards Otto. But anyway, then it changed over a period of time. And I understand populations change and you have to adjust things accordingly. But then it reduced it down to either on or within 1/2 mile of irrigated land. And I kind of even understood that. That was okay. I could see the reasoning behind that. And because you're targeting resident antelope, not migratory antelope, which you have a lot of through that Oregon Basin region, and I understand that. But then it got reduced down again, and I've talked to a great deal of people, and I'm a property owner out towards Emblem. I know a lot of the landowners out there, and it is virtually impossible to harvest these antelope now. And the reason it is because you're down to irrigated land only. That's it. To me, that has created just you have a area this big to hunt on and an area that's this big. The antelope don't get the memo that they need to be on irrigated land. If they were on irrigated land, they weren't on there very long because once they've been shot at a couple of times, they don't go there anymore. Or they go adjacent to it because they're not getting shot at anymore. So my request is to review this and see if we can't come to a little bit better or resolve this to where not only resident antelope hunters, but there's non-residents that I've spoken to running the same thing. And I understand we need to do our due diligence as, okay, we may have limited access, but in years past, it was never an issue in Area 78. It's a huge area. It's a big area. But there's not that much irrigated land when you look at the area. So the antelope spend a lot of their time off of that irrigated land. And if the farmers and ranchers were if it was creating a problem for those farmers and ranchers, you would think there would be lists available of ranchers that wanted to participate, invite hunters in. It does not exist. And if you call anybody on there, there's only 2 that I'm aware of, and neither one of those are participating. So you see the conundrum I'm in. I just don't see the logic of why we've got it isolated down. And I understand the numbers are down. And I understand that areas in the state have suffered greatly, but I don't think our area was affected with winter kill like many of the other areas were. So I'm just asking the commission to consider looking at our area 78, which is local right here, and seeing if we can't do something that would provide a little bit more access for our residents. Because it's very difficult. I mean, my wife and I both have a tag that we haven't filled. Now, granted, we haven't really hunted that much, but anytime we have, even in the areas, even if I know the farmers, and I do, and I had property access before, they're just not there. They're close by. I can look at them right out there and say, yep, there they are. But I can't shoot them because they're, quarter of a mile off. You see the situation I'm faced with? And not only me, there's quite a number of people have said the same thing to me locally. And I just think it's something that either could be adjusted, or like I said, even going back to within a half mile of irrigated land. And I think that's doable, but this irrigated land only, it just doesn't work. There's no ranching. The ranchers aren't participating. And if they really are causing a problem, you'd think they'd want to participate. And that's what I have.
Any questions for Tim? Thank you for bringing that to us. Sharon. Any other public comment? Anyone online, Wayne? Any other business to come for this commission today?
For the commissioners, Center of the West at 5.
Do we need an executive session tomorrow?
No.
No, okay.
I
Then,
think we've had enough, Mr. President.
I would entertain a motion to adjourn for today, and we'll resume tomorrow at 8 a.m. Commissioner Jolovich has moved to adjourn. Is there a second?
Second.
Commissioner Bell, is there any discussion? Did you have something that I was missing?
No, I'm just gonna make a motion.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? We are adjourned till 8 a.m. tomorrow.